Hello from Great Education Center, Kyiv, Ukraine. We are actually on the air raid sirens right now. That's how they greet us starting this event, but I hope you are safe. Please let me know if you can hear and see me well by typing the name of the place you are watching us from today. Let's do a short sound check. Let's see where teachers are watching us from. Germany, wow, great. Lithuania, oh, great. The event is becoming international. Ukraine, Lviv, great. Germany, all right. So people are still joining. We have so many registered participants for this event today. Switzerland, hello, Switzerland. Ukraine, Dnipro, Kamenska, Kharkiv, all right. Any other places of our beautiful country? Zaporizhia, hugs to you, Natalie, too. Poland, Krakow, Lviv, Brovary. Nice, nice. So we have so many different places. Nikopol. All right. Kyiv, Rivne, Dubno. Okay, Chernihiv. All right. All right, great. So I can see that we don't have any troubles with connections, luckily. And that's why let's move on, actually. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all excited to be here at the Great Teacher Talks New Faces event. My name is Yulia Chorna, and I'm a marketing specialist at Great Education Center, as well as a development manager at Great University. This is a professional online self-study platform for English teachers worldwide. As the sun sets on the summer season and paints the sky with the shades of autumn, we find ourselves at the threshold of a fresh beginning. The start of a new school year is a time of renewal, a canvas eagerly waiting to be adorned with colors of learning, exploration, and discovery. Just as the changing level leaves signal a shift in the seasons, this time marks a shift in our focus. This is a time to welcome new faces, to rekindle flames of curiosity, to create a tapestry of experiences that will shape the minds and hearts of those that we guide. So with each year that passes, we embrace this opportunity to refine our teaching methods, adapt to evolving educational landscapes, and weave the fabric of knowledge that connects generations. The classroom, whether physical or virtual, becomes a crucible of possibilities where educators impart not just facts and figures, but also, sorry, I have to mute someone, all right, but also life skills, values, and a passion for lifelong learning. As we stand on the threshold, let us reflect on the incredible potential that lies ahead. The stories waiting to be written, the challenges ready to be conquered, and the moments of inspiration yet to unfold. This year, as we gather new faces and reconnect with familiar ones, let's be guided by the belief that education is a beacon of hope, a beacon that lights the way for a brighter, more informed, and more compassionate world. With great excitement and anticipation, I invite you all to immerse yourselves in the offerings of today's event, where we'll explore valuable insights and strategies to make the most of the new chapter. Make sure you can hear us well. If you have any trouble with Zoom, let us know by contacting the phone numbers you can see on the screen. And you can also email us at info@grade.ua, and then also send the contacts in the chat so you can contact us anytime. So feel free to call us or email us. Great Teacher Talks is the annual conference for English teachers. And this year's conference has an exciting new twist because we proudly introduce our great team's new faces, ready to infuse school year 2023 with their ideas and insights. So today we have a fantastic lineup of sessions that promise to equip you with valuable insights and strategies to enhance your teaching skills. So without further ado, let's dive into our event program. There will be 4 sessions, each focused on essential aspects of education and professional development. Our first session, titled Mastering Clear and Effective Teaching Instructions by Valeriia Sydorenko, will delve into the art of providing instructions that resonate with students. We will uncover common challenges and explore strategies to overcome them. By the end of this session, you will possess a toolkit to ensure that your instructions are not just heard, but truly understood. Moving on, Iryna Chernivchan's Troubleshooting for Speaking Lessons will provide you with the tools you need to navigate the dynamic world of teaching speaking skills. You will gain a better understanding of what it means to truly communicate and learn techniques for developing your students' speaking ability. After a short break, also don't miss it because it's going to be informative. We will return to Natalia Cherbakova's Assessing FCE Writing Task. So this session will reveal the secret of evaluating writing assignments with precision, and with insights into assessments, criteria, and effective feedback strategies, you will be empowered to guide your students towards mastery in the writing endeavor. And our final session, Facilitating Listening Task by Ruslana Kostyuk, focuses on enlivening the auditory learning experience. We will address the challenges of listening comprehension and explore methods to elevate your students' engagement and comprehension using a variety of pre and while listening activities. So each session promises to energize your teaching journey, as you can see, with new ideas and approaches. And by the end of the day, you will be armed with a treasure trove of knowledge to kickstart school year 2023 with enthusiasm and efficacy. Some more important information for you before we actually dive into the session. After the event is over, all of you will receive the recording material from the speakers and, of course, your certificate. So once the recording is ready, you will receive a notification email and all the links and details. Make sure you check the spam promotion folders and your inbox carefully. I hope to upload it today, but I don't promise. So probably it's going to happen tomorrow morning because this is the 4-hour event and it takes some time to process the video and upload it to our platform. And this recording also will be available at our video library on grade.university website. You can scan the QR codes and visit the library. It has also many interesting sessions besides this one that we'll have on the website too. Being in the field of English language teaching for over 15 years now, grade teacher training, notice that teachers have a need for more opportunities and they seek convenient and up-to-date sources for professional development. Understanding how fast the world is changing and what difficulties you encounter, we thought that the best way to help you would be to create the online self-study platform. And in this way, you will have access to your courses any day, anytime. There will be no need to adjust your schedules in order to receive knowledge and develop your skills. So we've gathered the best authors we know to create the practical and interactive courses for teachers to learn new things and advance your existing teaching skills. So all our courses provide you with hands-on experience. They are designed to help you specialize your skills. This training is very interactive and the task types can be adapted for actual use in the classroom. So you can transform them and use with your students as well. All activities, recommendations, and strategies that we share, they have been tested by our course authors and tutors in their classrooms, and they can also be embedded into your personal style of teaching. All the courses, they can also be counted as hours of compulsory advanced teacher training. This is important for Ukrainian teachers. And you receive certificates in 2 languages. And all of them are issued in accordance with the requirements of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. So feel free to visit grade.university and pick up the course that you like the most. actually why I'm talking about Grade University right now. We launched this platform a year ago. It was also Grade Teacher Talks 2022. And we are happy to celebrate our success and thank you for your trust and for choosing us. So here are some numbers about Grade University throughout 2022-2023. We now have over 1,300 active users on the platform. 700 teachers, like over 700 teachers, are currently taking courses at Grade University. More than 400 have already received their certificates and completed the courses. Right now, during this year, we have developed over 12 courses. So we have courses and teaching credentials, which are bundles of courses to specialize your skills. We also have dozens, like over 50 workshops and webinars available in our video library, absolutely for free. So feel free anytime to visit that library. And during this year, since we met last year in August, it was the 18th of August, we have conducted over 18 workshops, webinar conferences, and other events for English teachers during this year. And also find the interesting articles on our blog, also at Grade University. We have like more than 150 insightful articles from our authors, and they are teachers, teacher trainers, and actually practitioners who make this blog too. And we are working actually to expand our offerings and also enhance your educational journey. And our commitment to elevating your teaching experience is unwavering, and we are excited to share some of our upcoming plans with you. So in the upcoming months, we will be introducing new courses. They will dive deeper into specialized areas of English education. And for example, right now, we will do our best to launch them in September. There will be a course on teaching IELTS, conversation-based lessons, and teaching pronunciation, which is also very new. So follow us and read the updates on our social media. We always tell you what courses we offer there. Additionally, we are planning to continue to flourish actually our video library with engaging workshops, webinars, and conferences. And we are also planning some offline events for you in September and November. So make sure you follow us. And as we reflect on the Grade University's project accomplishments over the past year, we want to thank you, to thank each and every one of you for being a part of our community. Your trust and your participation have been instrumental in shaping the success we celebrate today. So thank you, teachers. All right. I guess it's time to introduce our first speaker, Valeriia Sydorenko. And okay, just a minute. I cannot find Valeriia and make her a co-host.
Right here.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for helping.
Yeah.
So yeah, Valeriia Sydorenko has been teaching for almost 10 years, and you haven't seen her before, I'm sure. She has worked with a variety of age groups and levels, both in Ukraine and abroad. She got her CELTA 2 years ago, and now she's working her way to Delta Module 1, as far as I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Good luck to you with that. And she's also an active participant of different webinars and conferences. So our first session of the day is all about enhancing your instructional skills. Valeriia will guide you through common challenges with instructions and provide strategies to overcome them. And by the end of this session, you will be equipped with valuable techniques for giving clear and effective instructions, as well as methods to ensure your students understand them well. Yeah, so you will, I hope your students will not ask you, like, do you understand, you will not ask your students, like, do you understand, like, what you have to do, right? Okay. So, Valeriia, I'm pleased to turn the floor over to you now.
Thank you.
And I will get back to you after Valeria's session. I'm here supporting the chat, so if there is any trouble, I'm here. Yeah. So Valeriia, here you go.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Hello, everyone. Really nice to see a lot of people, so many people joining us today, even though we are not in the safest place on the earth, but thank you for joining. Hope you are doing great today. Now, before we actually start with our session today, I would like to get some information from you. So please, in the chat, let me know how long have you been teaching? So it can be years, months, hours, anything. 5 years, nice. That's a long time in our area. 8 years, a month. Okay, great. 13, 18 years, 20 years. Oh my God. I feel a little bit inequipped, to be honest. But let's hope that I will be able to tell you something useful, even for those who have been teaching for 15, 24 years. Oh my God. That's a long period of time. Nice. More than 10 years. Wow. Great. Great. Thank you. So we have a very diverse kind of audience today, so I hope that everyone will find something useful for them specifically. So this session was vaguely inspired by a YouTube video, to be honest with you. In that video, a dad asked his children to give him instructions how to make a peanut butter sandwich. Seems quite easy, right? What might be the problem? What can be a problem? So I'm going to show you a couple of frames from this video. Oh, 17 years. Thank you. So here we go. So that's the first step. Seems okay. That's the second step. Not a problem. Third step. And the end of this whole thing. So how often do we actually find ourselves in a similar position that we tell our students that we want you to do this, this, and that, and then they do something completely different, or they do nothing at all, and we feel like we want to start crying, but we can't because we are at work. So of course, we don't ask our students to make peanut butter sandwiches for us, right? But we ask them to do a lot of different things. So let's look at a task that should be a little bit more relevant for us. So here we have 2 texts, and I have an instruction, what I want my students to do with these texts. In the chat or with your reactions, please let me know, what do you think about this instruction? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it meh? So you can just use your reactions, not so informative, agree. You can just send plus or minus. Okay, it's an okay reaction. Not very clear, quite vague. Okay, from the past. Yeah. Could be improved, definitely could be improved. So I agree with all of you. It's not so informative, right? It's quite vague, and basically it's very unclear instruction. We have basically no instruction at all. Sometimes I've seen a comment that it's from the past. I think that if you studied in schools maybe 15 to 20 years ago, you have heard a lot of these instructions like this, right? Go to page 75, do exercise 3, and you need to figure out what we need to do. Sometimes, even now, we still find ourselves in a situation where we just tell the students, okay, so page 50, exercise 2, and we kind of assume that they know what we want them to do, especially maybe with higher levels, or when you get closer to the end of the book, to the end of the course, you kind of assume that they should know what I want them to do, right? They've done these exercises multiple times. What's the problem? Well, not always do they actually know. So in this case, unclear instruction, close to no instruction at all. Let's try to think what problems might that bring us. So the first thing, students are confused. Do the exercise 5A. Do I do it on my own? Do I do it with a partner? Do I have any time to do this exercise, right? How much time do I do this exercise? I can see questions in this task. Do I answer them? Do I write the notes for the answer? So what should I do? Students have no idea. Not all of them, but some of them might be confused. This leads us to the next thing. If I'm confused about the task, I will not do the task at all, or I will create my own task. I will assume what the teacher wants me to do, and I will create my own task. I will invent this task. So somewhere around here, you start noticing that your students either are not doing anything at all, or they are doing something completely different. So they are doing not what you wanted them to do. So you will have to stop this activity. You will have to explain the instructions again. You will have to explain the task one more time. So in this case, it can bring us to two things. First of all, if the students didn't understand the task from your first set of instructions, you give the instructions again, so they will do the task later. They will start doing the task later. And in this case, we kind of plan our lesson, right? We know that, okay, I'm going to give them 10 minutes to do this task, but now it's not 10 minutes, it's 12 or maybe 15. So the general timing of your lesson kind of slips, right? It's a little bit messed up. So that's one thing. We mess up the timing of our lesson, the general timing. Another problem that might appear here, we can imagine that some of our students actually got the task from the very first time. They know what you wanted them to do. They knew that, okay, she wants me to write the text and answer the question somehow. So they started doing this task. They started reading the text, but now you interrupt them in the middle of this task with another set of instruction. They come back to the task after you explained it again. So now you have half of the students that are doing the task just from very beginning. Some of the students came back to this task and they finished earlier. So we can't really say that we have like fast finishers or something. We have just a discrepancy in the time when students finish this task. So this can lead us to the students that create discipline problems. When I say discipline problems, I don't necessarily mean that, oh, they will stand up and run around the class and like thrash the whole place. They will maybe start moving. They will start peeking over the shoulder. They will maybe ask their partner, like, so have you done it yet? What's taking you so long, right? It's such an easy task. So not always and not necessarily they will create something completely horrible, but they will create unnecessary commotion, some movement, some noises, and that's not what we want in our lesson. If you work with teenagers or preteens or kids, they might stand up and run around the class, right? And again, that's definitely not what we expect, not what we want. So we want our instructions to be clear. We want them to be straightforward. We want them to be easily understandable. And for this, we actually need to give the instructions. So let's look at another case. Still the same task, still the same two texts, different instruction. What do we think about this one? Better? Not really? Much better. Well, comparing to do exercise 5, yeah, that's definitely much better. Too long. Too long for students. Good. Too much of the text. Agree. Great. So we kind of agreed that it's better than what we had before, but still not perfect, right? I agree with you that the instruction is still confusing. We have too many steps here, too long, right? So I tell you to read the text, then I tell you to discuss it with your partners, then I give you the timing. So there is no logic. Give the instructions bit by bit. So if you want your students to read the text and then discuss it with your partners, then tell them, read the text, give them the time to read the text, then tell them to answer the question or discuss it with your partners. So there is no logic in how we built the instruction, and the steps are in the wrong order. So here, not that great as well. The problems might be pretty much the same as in the first case when we give basically no instructions at all. So again, let's try to keep our instructions concise and logically structured. If you want the task to be done in a certain order, stick to that order. When I say concise, I don't necessarily mean very, very short, right? Your instructions doesn't have to be like one word or one sentence. When I say concise, I mean that you need to give them just enough information and enough details to do the task, to understand what you want from them. Okay, so far, so good. And the last try. Same task, another set of instructions. Okay, are we happy with this one? Not really. So friendly. The teacher must be nervous, too long, too wordy, not happy. Yeah, definitely. Even visually, we can see that the instruction is the longest among those that we have seen before. And we really confusing. Maybe you'll discuss, maybe. Super, thank you. Great. A lot of attention to details. Yeah, I agree with you completely. The instruction is not the best. So the first thing is the instruction is too long. First of all, we just took the previous instruction and we added even more words, right? There was a comment that the teacher must be nervous. Yeah, all these words like maybe you will discuss it later. Let's have maybe 2 to 3 minutes, right? If you are uncertain, how can your students be certain about what you want them to do? So first thing, try to avoid all this maybe, something like this, all this uncertain language. It's not instruction, right? It doesn't give your students the certainty that they need in finishing the task. Another thing, there was a comment, too friendly. Yeah, I would like you to read. So I would like you to read, but you can do whatever you want. If you want to read it, read it. If you don't want to, there is no need, right? So sometimes, especially if you're a younger teacher and you're working with the students that are older than you are, we have this need, we feel this need to be polite and to be respectful. So we try to kind of soften our instructions. We try to use this polite language. Please, would you like to? I really would like you to do something. There is no need really. So I'm not saying that you need to be rude to your students, of course, but there is no need to be overly polite. There is no need to add any more words to what you already have to say. So this instruction actually brings us to the thing that is called unnecessary teacher talk, right? We want our students to talk in the lessons. We don't want us to be talking most of the time. And one of the cases when the teacher actually talks is when we are giving instructions. So by cutting instructions, we can actually cut our teacher talking time. And again, there was a comment that still it might be confusing for the students because behind all these words and polite phrases, we are losing the task itself. So there is no need for that. Okay, so now we have seen some of the common problems that might happen. Again, these problems happen not because we are bad teachers or because we really want to make our life difficult or to make the lives difficult for our students. Just happens. So let's try to figure out what we can do and how to give our instructions to make them more effective. So the first thing is use simple language. Don't be afraid to use imperatives. So it's okay to say, open your book, read the text, listen to the audio. So no need to be overly polite. We are not rude, we're just telling them what to do. Imperatives and like usual language can be okay for higher levels or at least for elementary students. But if we are working with the students that are beginners and they have just started learning English, sometimes it happens. Maybe you're working with children, right? Maybe you're working with adults who have learned other languages before. Maybe they had German at school or something like this. So there is a chance that they don't really know even the basic things. So it's a good idea to pre-teach them some classroom language. What I mean by classroom language is this routine, basic words, basic instructions that we use during our lessons, every lesson. Something like open the book, read the text, write this down, right? So some basic words that are necessary in your every language, in your every lesson. Besides these simple and basic instructions, it's a good idea to teach them some words of encouragement and praise. Because again, if you're working with the beginners, anything that is out of norm for them can throw them off a little bit. So if you say, oh, you are doing amazing, they can forget about the task that they have been doing. They will be focusing on what the hell is amazing. I don't know what she's talking about. It bothers me. So it can confuse them even more. So if you are working with beginners, teach them basic words that you will be using during every lesson. Another good thing that we can apply to working with children or to working with lower levels is to use some basic gestures. It will help them tremendously. So if you say, let's listen to an audio, show it, right? If you want them to say something out loud, show it, right? If you want them to look at the picture and see something in the pictures, show it. Again, it will be a great visual support for them, and it will help them in understanding your instructions. Now, the next thing, we have mentioned it a couple of times, right? We need to try and keep our instructions concise. So don't make them too short, just give them enough information and enough details for finishing the task and for completing the task. We have discussed before that if your task includes multiple steps and you want multiple actions to be done by your students, it's a good idea to break it into pieces. So even with the little texts that we have seen before, we just need to read 2 texts and answer the questions. It's a good idea to separate those instructions and give the task separately. So first, ask them to read the text. Second, ask them to discuss the questions. So if you have multiple steps, break your instructions into pieces and deliver your instructions after each step of the task. Okay, and there is one more thing. Keep it logical. Again, we have discussed it before, right? Make sure that you are giving your instructions in the order that you want your students to finish these instructions. Okay, now let's go back to this very, very long, very wordy instruction. Keeping in mind what we have just discussed, anything that you would change with this instruction. So in the chat, please give us some ideas. What can we do with this instruction to make it more efficient? Minus 1 sentence, minus first sentence, yeah. Yeah, great was extra. Yeah. Really, maybe this is extra. This is not necessary for the instruction. Divide it into 3 pieces. Yeah. Just a couple of ideas more and we will be moving on. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Now, this is what I would do with the instruction that we have already, right? Just cut all the unnecessary language. We don't need it. And I agree with the comment, really, yeah, less questions, really is extra. So cut all of these unnecessary words, cut the repetition, cut maybes and please and would likes. All of it is unnecessary. There was also a good comment about separating it. I'm not sure I would separate it into 3 parts, but I definitely would cut it into 2 pieces. So first one, read the texts, prepare to answer the questions. You have this amount of time. So after they finish reading the texts, I would ask them to check your answers, to check their answers with their partners. So instead of having this like whole paragraph, we can have like 3 sentences. This will definitely help our students. This will cut our teacher talking time.
Just read the text quickly. Let's have 2 minutes. The text in exercise 5 and find the answers to the question. You have 2 minutes. Answer.
I'm going to mute somebody because somebody is reading out loud. If you have any questions or if you have any comments, maybe something that you disagree with, please text it in the Zoom chat because there's a lot of us. And if we all start talking, that might be a little bit too much. Okay, so far, so good. Any questions that we have up to this point? Okay, I can see no questions for now in the Zoom chat, but we will have some time after we finish. Now, we have discussed kind of the requirements for our instructions, in what way we want them to see, how we want to deliver them. Now, let's try to talk about the stages of delivering instruction. So when do we do it? How do we do it? In what order? So here I have some stages of giving instructions and setting the task. Again, in the Zoom chat, please give me the order. So how do you think we should do it? ABC, BCA, what is the right order, or what seems logical to you? BCA. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay, great. So we have a lot of different ideas. I suspect that there might be a little bit of a confusion about the word anchoring. So let's try to figure out what it is and why do we need it. So the first stage of us giving instruction is anchoring. It should be anchoring. What I mean by saying the word anchoring is that we anchor ourselves in the classroom and we try to attract attention of the students to us, right? So if you're teaching offline, it's kind of a little bit easier for you because you can stand in the middle of the classroom, you can make sure that everyone sees you, you can attract the attention to you. So here you can use your teacher voice, you can speak a little bit louder, a little bit clearer, you can physically drag the attention of your students, right? They can look at you directly. If you're working, for example, with teenagers or even with some grown-ups, they can be a little bit still engaged in the previous conversation or finishing the task or something like this. It's a good idea to nominate them. So you can call them by their names and you can tell them like, John, please, let's finish what we are doing now. If you're working with little kids or even with preteens, there are these like attention grabbing phrases like 1, 2, 3, look at me, or anything that works for you that can also help you with this anchoring stage, with grabbing the attention and dragging it towards you. If you're working offline, it can be a little bit more challenging because even now I'm looking at you and there is 20 other people on the screen where I can see my participants. So sometimes it's a good idea to stop sharing. So to distract your students with whatever was happening on the screens beforehand and to make sure that they stop thinking about the task that was on the screen before you started setting the new one. So that's with the anchoring. Drag your attention, attract the attention of your students, hold it. Now, the next thing is instruction and what we call chesting. So if you're teaching offline, usually you have a book that you have, like the textbook that you are teaching with. And what I mean by saying chesting is that when we stand in this anchor place in the middle of our classroom, right, we will take our textbook and we will hold it at the chest height, and we will be able to show where the exercise is located. So our students will kind of understand what we are working with, and they will see show your pet to drag the attention. That's a great idea. I don't have a pet. What should I show? But yeah, that definitely will drag your attention. So going back to giving instructions and chesting, right? So when you are offline, show your textbook approximately here, show with your finger or a pen or any kind of pointer where the exercise is located and give your instruction at this time. If you're teaching offline, I think it's a little bit easier because you can zoom in on the task that you are working with. You can circle it, you can highlight it with a different color, right? You can really, really drag the attention of your students to this specific task and focus on this specific task. So basically, first we grab the attention, then we give the attention and we show the task. Okay, the next thing. So we have the attention, we know what kind of task we will be doing, we gave the instructions. The next good step is demo. Maybe the task is new to them and they haven't done this task before, or maybe is just a challenging task for your students. So it's a good idea to demonstrate it. If you're working with exercises like fill in the gaps or complete the sentence with a word from the box, it's completely fine to do the first sentence together with your students. Or if your students are unable to do it, they have never done it before, it's okay to show them how to do it and to do the first sentence on your own. If you want them to work in pairs, or if you want them to have some discussion, you want them to have some role play, you want them to maybe write a dialogue or create a dialogue, you can choose a stronger student from your class and demonstrate this interaction with the strongest student. If you are lucky enough and you have 2 strong students, you can ask them to do this interaction first, of course, with your guidance. So these are the basic steps of our instructions. Now, let's imagine we have their attention, we gave our instructions, we demonstrated. Do you think they know 100% what to do now with the task? Of course not. Yes, sometimes we have it, even with higher students, with higher levels, even with the students that have been with us for quite some time. You do everything. You gave perfect instructions, and then 2 minutes into the task, there is a voice like, "So what page are we on?" And to avoid this, I've seen the CCQ. We will not be talking about CCQ in this session, but we will be talking about ICQs. Does anyone know what ICQs are? ICQs, yes. One and only. Okay, so I can see that some people know what is ICQ. Can anyone instruction checking questions? Yes, thank you. Great. Super. So ICQs stand for instruction checking questions, right? These are the questions that we ask after giving instruction, after setting the task, to make sure to the best we can that our students understand what we want them to do. Now, I have 2 questions for you. I believe Yulia joked about them at the very, very beginning of the session. What do we think about these questions? Are they good to check the understanding? No. Okay. Okay, I can see some yes. I can see it's not ICQ. It's not really ICQ. Yeah. The best questions ever. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Yaroslava, you are absolutely right. They can say that they understand, and they will say that they understand. That's 100%. So these questions are not the best to check anything. They are not the best CCQs. They are not the best ICQs, because if we ask students, do you understand, or is everything clear? Some of your students, usually the strongest students, they do understand, and they will say, oh yeah, of course, that's easy. But there is a group, or there is a part of students that don't really understand, but they can see their partners and their classmates nodding. So they might feel awkward. They might feel inadequate, inequipped to say, no, I don't really understand. So they will just nod along with everyone else. And we are actually asking ICQs for the sake of those students, to make sure that everyone understands what we want them to do. So do you understand? Is everything clear? Is a no. Please don't ask those questions. They are not checking anything. Now, let's try to figure out what would be a good instruction checking question. So the first thing that we should keep in mind, that we don't need to ask obvious questions. Now, after this session, most probably all of you will try to incorporate ICQs in your lessons, and you will feel the need to just ask them for the sake of asking. We don't really want that, right? So imagine that you're working with, let's say, a handout. You have 1 page and you have 1 exercise on that page. So it's kind of unnecessary to ask, so what exercise are we working with? There is 1 exercise, right? There is no need to ask for it. On the other hand, if you're working with maybe a handout or a workbook that has multiple exercises and they all look the same, or they all look similar, it's a good idea to double check. So are we working with exercise A or are we working with exercise B? Also, a good thing to check if, for example, you are changing the interaction patterns during your lesson. So maybe sometimes your students are working individually. Sometimes your students are working in pairs. Sometimes they are working in groups. And if you change these interaction patterns a lot throughout the lesson, it's a good idea to check, so how are we working now? So do we do this task individually or do you work with a partner? So basically ask about the things that need checking. So don't ask ICQs just because you feel like it's important to ask ICQs, right? Ask them because you want to check something. Okay. For now, do we have any questions about ICQs? That's actually quite a good question. In the chat, we can see that when we ask ICQs, should we nominate the students who don't usually know what to do? To be honest with you, I wouldn't do it because it kind of puts them on the spot. And if they don't really know what to do, it's going to make it more uncomfortable for them. So it's better to use your ICQs as a general question to the whole class. Of course, if you have like a really friendly atmosphere and you have situations when your student always messes up a page or always messes up an exercise, and it's kind of a good-hearted, good-natured running joke in your group, that's okay. So if you know that John will always forget like that it's exercise 3, not exercise 5, you can ask like, so what exercise are we working on, John? But I wouldn't put them on the spot like this. If you really know that your student might feel uncomfortable, it's better to avoid it. What did I ask you to do? Oh, okay. What did I ask you to do? What did I ask you to do might seem like a little bit too aggressive if you think about it. So you need to be, again, very careful with it. So if you see that the student is doing something different, and they already started doing this task, first of all, again, it will put them on the spot. It might distract them. It might bring them unnecessary stress even. So what did I ask you to do? Probably not the best question. What was the task? Yeah. Can anyone remind me about? Great. That's a great question, actually, to ask your students. For example, if you have, I don't know, set rules about something, right? You can ask them like, so can you remind me about taking notes, for example, or can you remind me about keeping quiet while we are listening? Perfect. Okay. We still will have some time about to ask some questions. So let's go to our next bit. So we know what kind of instructions we want to get quality like. We know the stages, we know how should we do it and in what order. But still, there might be some problems even with experienced teachers. So let's try to talk about some ideas, what we can do to actually avoid these problems happening altogether, or how can we improve our instructions. So the very first thing is always plan ahead. All of us are writing some kind of lesson plans. You can be writing very detailed lesson plans, like 2 pages, CELTA level, all that. Or you can be writing just some notes to know what kind of exercises you want to do for what reason and what you want to achieve at the end of the lesson. But still, all of us, we have some kind of planning going on. So when you are planning a task, think about, even in your head, think about how will you ask your students to actually do this task. So just try to think, okay, I'm going to say this. So I'm going to say this. I think there might be a problem here. So I will rephrase it in this way. Especially if you're working with lower levels, it's very important to plan ahead and to even write down your instructions, because they don't really have all the variety of the language that higher level students have. So you need to be very, very careful about the language that you are using with them. And we call it grading your language, right? So of course, your instructions for B2 level and for A2 level should be different, just because they know different structures and they know different kind of the language. So that's the first thing, always plan ahead. The next thing that is a good idea to do is rehearse. Again, if you are just starting teaching, or if you are an experienced teacher, but you've noticed that, oh, I have some problems with my instructions, it's a good idea while you are planning, while you are thinking about these instructions, just to say them out loud, to see like, oh, does it actually make sense? Will it bring me to the task that I want them to do, or will there be some confusion? So saying out loud, rehearsing your instructions is a great idea. Now, the next thing that's a good thing to do, but it kind of happens after or during the lesson, is to record yourself. This is probably one of the best advice that I can give to any kind of a teacher. If you have the technical opportunity, technical chance to record yourself, if you are teaching online, this is very, very easy to do for us. We can set up our phones, we can record ourselves on our phones, or we actually can ask our students to record the whole lesson. And then we can go back and reflect on how was our instruction? Was it good? Was it effective enough? The recording thing can help you not only with given instructions, it can help you in general to see a bigger picture of your lesson, right? Because when we are teaching, we don't really see what's going on like from the outside. So recording yourself, if you have the chance, if you have the opportunity, best way to figure out what might go wrong. If you are teaching offline and you don't really have this chance to record yourself, like to have a video of yourself, try to record at least the audio so you can hear what's going on in the class. You can hear yourself and you can see where I might have a little bit of a problem. Okay, and the last thing that I would probably recommend is asking for help or asking for a second opinion. If you're working in some kind of a school, or you have the community of teachers that you can address and you can ask for help, do it. That's a great way to get the feedback, to get another opinion on what you are doing. Again, it's not only about your instructions, it can be about delivering the materials, it can be your classroom management, it can be pretty much anything. So ask your fellow teachers, ask your colleagues for their opinion, for their peace of mind, basically. If you are a freelance teacher and you don't really have this community, that's fine. We all have friends, we all have family members. I don't know, you can ask your mom, your husband, your friendly neighbor, whoever is willing to help you. Bonus points if they don't speak English, don't study English, if they are not in this environment. So yeah, if you can explain anything to your mother, you can explain anything to a group of 10 students. That will be 100% go. So yeah, so this is what I wanted to tell you about given instructions. So now if we have any questions, that's a good time to ask them and we can try to figure out in more details. So if you have any questions, please send them to the Zoom chat. Well, thank you for participating. Mm-hmm. That's actually quite a good question. Sometimes our students join us later, both online and offline. If you have enough time, for example, if your group is already working on the task, but you still have a couple of minutes to give to this student to at least get to know the task, to familiarize himself or herself with the task, you can tell them quietly that, oh, we are working on this exercise, we needed to do this, this, and that. At least look at the first couple of sentences and try to figure out what we are doing, right? So try not to attract a lot of attention to this late student, but try to give them the chance to at least know what's going on in the lesson. Okay, any other? Maria, that's a great question. It's a little bit off the topic, but as a person who has worked with very, very young children, I would strongly recommend you any kind of visual or any kind of sound support. If you're working with kids, I would say personally that singing, videos, any kind of pictures are a must. Like you can't just give them sentences and expect them to do anything. And the smaller the kid is, the younger the kid is, the more of the visual support you need to give them. Maybe some more words, phrases to avoid while given instructions. As we have mentioned before, I would avoid personally these over-polite structures. Like, I would like you to do something, please do it. Would you like to do it? So this is definitely a no-go. Be careful about the language that you are using, especially if you're working with lower levels. So you need to be very careful about like the level of the language. So you need to be very careful with grading your language. This is about classroom management. My children don't want to switch a camera on my online classes. I think everyone has pretty much the same problem with, especially with teenagers and with younger students. Good thing is maybe to offer them some kind of reward, but to be honest with you, I just complain. And I act very, very happy when they do turn on their cameras, and I make it a whole act like, oh my God, I'm so happy to see you finally. I haven't seen you for 2 lessons. But yeah, there is pretty much nothing to do if they want to do it, if they don't want to do it, but you can establish the relationships where you can ask them to do something and they do it for you. So yeah. Thanks for your participation. That was great.
Thank you very much, Valeriia. I have a question. Can I ask?
Yep. Please, yeah, sure.
All right. I have some teaching background abroad as well, but maybe it's also relevant to the Ukrainian teachers. If students still don't understand the instructions, can we tell the instructions in language 1?
I wouldn't do it, to be honest with you, because we are trying to avoid language 1 from the very, very first lessons, even if we are working with the beginners. Like, imagine people who have never learned language. If it's the monolingual class, which means that all of them are talking the same language, it's better to teach them the words that you will be using. So if you are teaching, for example, Ukrainian speaking class, right, and you know that everyone speaks Ukrainian, I would accept the fact that you tell them, okay, read means this in Ukrainian. So please remember this word because we will be using it. So I think it would be a much better option rather than just giving up and started teaching them in their first language. Also, we need to keep in mind that not always do we have monolingual classes. Sometimes we have people who don't speak all the same language, so we can't really do that, right? If you're teaching Spanish-speaking students and I don't really speak Spanish, so how can I explain the instructions to them in their own language?
Yeah, thank you. That's what I exactly wanted to hear. I hope it's helpful for the teachers who are watching us too. Yeah. Okay, we have one more question from Maria. Can I read it for you? Yeah. Shall we translate for kids the instructions and words of the lessons should be held only in? That's actually what we've answered already. If it's a private lesson.
It doesn't really matter if it's a private lesson or if it's a group lesson at a school, right? Of course, private lessons are a little bit more accommodating, right? So we can move through some topics faster. We can pay a little bit more attention on the topics that are more complicated for our students because it's just one student. So we can be a little bit more accommodating. But if you view your private lessons as a like lighter version of your group lessons or of the school lessons, I don't think it's a good idea. I would go probably even harder on my private students because I know them, I can devote all my time and attention to them, so they should be doing a little bit better than people in groups. So even if it's a kid, even if it's a private lesson, I wouldn't go into translating anything unless there is no other way, like it's your last resort. You've tried demo, you've tried pictures, you've tried doing it yourself, and still nothing happens, then yes, as the last resort, we can do it. But yeah, I've been working with Chinese kids, and I don't speak Chinese, and the kids were like 2 to 3 years old. So if I can do it with Chinese kids that are very young, I'm sure you can do it with your like high school kids and I don't know, middle school children. Everything is possible if you put enough effort to it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, thank you very much. That's what I also wanted to say. When I was working in Thailand, actually, no one I didn't speak Thai. They didn't speak Ukrainian, and we communicated only in English and like through games and all those things. Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah, thank you very much for your friendly and very fruitful presentation, Valeriia. And congratulations to you, because this is your first time actually to do the session for us. So I hope you will do more and more interesting for the teachers. Thank you very much. I can see that you are worried. You can freak out. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's move on actually to our next speaker, and I know she is ready already. And our next speaker has been teaching English for 6 years, but she's already the Assistant Director of Studies at Great Education Center. Iryna Chernivchan, are you here?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, great. I can see you now. So Iryna Chernivchan has experience teaching English to teenage and adult groups in different contexts, such as general English, exam preparation, one-to-one classes, online, offline classes. She is also a certified PT assessor and interlocutor. Iryna has Delta, TKT, TESOL, TEFL, CAE, and Delta Module 1. And I know you are preparing for Delta Module 2. Yeah,
true.
Yeah, great. Good luck to you with that. So we are going to talk about speaking. Yeah, speaking is a skill that often brings both excitement and challenges at the same time, right, to teachers and learners. So in this session, Ira will help us understand the nuances of teaching speaking effectively. We will talk about the distinction between practicing truth speaking and practicing force speaking. So get ready to explore insightful tips to enhance your student speaking abilities, and meet Iryna Chernivchan with her session, Troubleshooting for Speaking Lessons. Just a moment, I will make you a co-host.
Thank you.
Okay, just a moment, and you will start. All right, seems that it's working now. Okay, it's over to you now, Ira.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Well, welcome everybody. As we promised, we're going to talk about speaking lessons, especially English speaking lessons, a little bit more today. So let me share my screen with you. And just a quick technical moment. Can everybody see the presentation? Please send me a plus in the chat box if you can. Perfect. Thank you, everybody. So, as promised, troubleshooting for speaking lessons. This is something what our students want the most. They are all into speaking. I guess we've all had a situation in our teaching life when you had a student, doesn't matter, there was a group lesson or a private one, and the student was coming to you saying something like, I don't want this boring grammar, I don't want this boring vocab, I want nothing, I want just to practice my speaking skills. And here comes the question. So what is a speaking as a skill? What are the lessons that are aimed to practice speaking? And what can we as ESL teachers do here? I wanted to put this picture as the very first picture for my presentation. We can see a mom and a baby. I guess this mom wants this baby to go to sleep as fast as possible, of course. She says, baby, go, bye-bye, such an easy language. Yeah, something very cute and nice. But we can see that the baby is not that happy with such limited and ungrammatical input over here. Speaking happened, the communication happened, but the means probably were not enough. Sometimes we expect our students to use more complicated grammar and vocabulary, and this is the topic for today's session that we're going to have. Just to remind you the key takeaways pretty quickly, better understanding of speaking as a skill, practice through and for speaking, and some classroom management tips, plus some ideas that I'm actively using in my classroom with preteens, teens, and adults. So let's start. Right now, I will offer you to agree or disagree with something. I have collected several statements from ELT forum about speaking in English lessons. So if you agree with the statement, please send me a plus in the chat box. And if you disagree with the statement, send me a minus. One more time, agreement plus and disagreement minus. Statement number 1. Speaking in English lessons is the hardest skill of all to teach. I can see some pluses and some minuses. I'm really happy nobody has written plus/minus because it depends. Okay. Yeah, many people believe that this is actually true. If we look at speaking as a skill, we understand that it is very, very complex. So it's not something like you can, something like with writing. So you can take a pen, you will write a word. Yeah, that's going to be fine. Speaking is totally complex. It includes grammar, it includes vocab, some things like turn taking, interaction patterns, and so on and so forth. There are so many things they have to keep in mind, and we as teachers must keep in mind. So this can be rather complicated, and I can totally agree with you over here. It depends whether it's the hardest, but definitely it's rather hard to teach speaking. Okay, have a look at statement number 2. Speaking in English lessons happens naturally, as all people are able to speak. Oh, our chat box appeared to be so negative right now. I can barely see a plus and so many minuses. Okay, I can see the reason behind that. We as human beings are all naturally able to speak. Our speaking apparatus is capable of producing different sounds. We put the sounds into words, words into sentences, and sentences in the logical utterance so we can communicate with somebody else. And it doesn't stop only with the words, so some interjections, hesitation that we use our, that we breathe in, breathe out, we hesitate, it's fine. But the question is that it's not always speaking. Our students acquire the knowledge of speaking from their L1 naturally. So we're all born, we hear our mothers, fathers, relatives, people around us, the TV, some videos, probably, I don't know, cartoons, films, whatever. So we are immersed in this environment of a certain language almost 24/7. Probably not immersed only when we're sleeping, but we can have a dream with our L1. And every kid is capable of producing more or less normal speech when they are 5 or 6 years old. Of course, it depends on a kid, but this range 5, 6, they can maintain a conversation, they can express what they want, what they don't. And it basically takes us and any kid up to 6 years to be capable of producing and communicating normally. So this is what we have with our L1. And it happens totally different with our L2, because any student coming to the classroom, they think like, I studied my L1 almost subconsciously. I heard some words, people were talking, I was listening to them, to some other things like films and etc. So probably it's going to happen the same way with L2. And students do not always understand that they have to develop speaking, because again, we all go to school and we're like, we can speak. Later on, we start studying some grammar rules from our L1. We enrich our vocabulary. We study some interaction techniques, probably like that. But it all happens later on. So we're already able to speak. Later on, we study reading. Later on, we study writing and so on. But yeah, speaking happens naturally. So here is the place where confusion can happen. Yeah, we're all able to speak naturally, but probably not L1 over here. L2 over here. Okay, have a look at statement number 3. Speaking in English lessons is a part of every lesson. Every time students say something in English is speaking practice. Agree or disagree with this statement in the chat, please? Okay, this time the chat box is much more positive. All right. Yeah, I can barely see a minus. Yeah, no minuses over here. All right, and that makes sense to some extent because for the most part of the lesson, we are speaking. Either a teacher is speaking or students are speaking. So yes, speaking happens. At the same time, not every task that is regarded as speaking is aimed or has a target to practice speaking as a skill. Let us imagine that we only begin our lesson, and this is a lead-in stage. Usually we have a question, probably some pictures or a statement just to immerse our learners in the context of the lesson. Basically, they have to say what they think about it or answer the question. But the main idea of this stage, of this task, is to activate learners' previous experience in this topic and to immerse them in the context of the lesson, but not to develop a speaking skill. So not every speaking is speaking, I can say. Technically, yes, but there can be different aims. Okay, and statement number 4. Speaking in English lessons can be a monologue. What do you think of this one? Okay, some pluses. Okay, we do have 1 minus. All right. Yeah, fine. Thank you for the answers. What happens here is that there is a popular quote that it takes minimum 2 people to speak. And to some extent, it's true. But at the same time, we must understand that speaking happens when there is the answer to the question, why do we communicate? If there is a person who is giving a monologue and there is another person who is listening, probably putting something down, probably just listening to understand the story or something else, that's going to be speaking. The speaker knows why he or she is giving this monologue, and the listener knows why he or she is listening to this part. Practically, this is speaking because no answer in spoken language is also the answer. The same stuff happens when you listen to a stand-up, for example, when the comedian is retelling the joke and everybody is laughing, those people who are sitting in the audience, as the audience. Practically, they do not give any comments. No, they can scream and shout something out, but they do not speak. They do not communicate with the speaker, but still they give a reaction. So the comedian understands that he can continue. Everything is nice, and the communication happened. They like the joke. Or on the other hand, maybe they don't like the joke. So the audience is silent. He understands that he has to change something. So practically, this is also speaking. I can admit that there is no certain answer to these statements. I collected them from the forums. Some people agreed, some people disagreed, but that's interesting to give some comments. And digging deeper, we all as teachers come to the same problem. And I want to say it out loud. So why students have problems with speaking? Give me please your ideas in the Zoom chat box. They can be shy, ashamed to make mistakes, definitely. Oh, lack of self-confidence. Okay. No mood. I like this one. Okay. Lack of vocab, language, confidence, not enough practice. Oh, traumatic previous experience. Yeah, definitely. School background. That's interesting. If they were not taught how to speak properly at school, that can be quite challenging. Fear of being judged. Yeah, definitely. You're right about that. Okay, they don't know what to say and how to say something. Yeah, that sounds rather interesting over here because judging from all the comments you've given me, I can outline 2 main issues over here. First of all, is that students do not have enough ideas to talk about something. And the second thing is that they have no means to express. The lack of vocab, the lack of grammar, they don't know functional phrases, they've never participated in a discussion before. They can't stop speaking. They don't know how to perform turn taking. And that leads me to the idea that speaking skill is not developed enough yet, hopefully. So keeping this in mind, we come to the conclusion that their speaking looks like this. There is this dinosaur that represents ideas in my mind. Hopefully they have them. And there is another dinosaur, what I managed to say. And this same problem can happen with everybody. It doesn't matter if it's a student or even a teacher. Sometimes we understand the topic, for example, a grammar topic, pretty well, but it's rather hard to explain it to somebody else. And then we come back to Valeria's session and we keep saying, like, do you understand? And they're like, yes. What do you understand? No. Our students expect us as their teachers to help them find the solutions for both of these issues on the screen over here. So right now, I will kindly ask you to use the Zoom chat box again and think of what can we do with no ideas. How can we help them? We can give some hints. Use some prompts. Oh, GPT chat. Nice. Why not? That's quite modern. Okay, specific questions, some tips. Yeah, I totally agree with everything we have in the chat. Or we can simply organize a brainstorming session. I experienced this difficulty when I had to teach teenagers who were B2 level, and we had a topic about environmental protection. And many of you are going to smile right now because we know that our students are sometimes dying on this certain topic. It's not because they are not interested in saving our planet, but this is simply because they haven't experienced like many conversations. They haven't read many articles or something about that. And what we end up with is that you say, how can we save water? And they say, turn off your tap when you're brushing your teeth. That's it. You can brainstorm. There are going to be 20 ideas. Of course, they can be not so good, but one of them will be fine. So here we are dealing with no ideas. Another question is, how can we help them dealing with no means to express themselves? What can we do? Give me your ideas in the chat, please. Provide useful language, definitely. Some phrases to start with. Pre-teach vocab and pronunciation. Yeah, why not? Give a list of phrases. Can totally agree with you over here. Do we need to pre-teach them some grammar stuff? Do they need to know grammar to be able to speak? Yeah, exactly, 100%. Do we need to teach them intonation patterns? So their stories will not sound like one monotonous stuff. Yeah, you're right about that. And there are many other things we must do. Okay, ask them to speak in the way they can, with mistakes, and then correct those ones that they should make at their level. Yeah, sounds fine. Why not? We can encourage them to speak. Do not interrupt them. Depends on their level. On the level as well. Yeah, exactly. But we as teachers must understand that we have different lessons with different aims. There can be the lesson that is aimed on a certain grammar topic, the lesson that is aimed to practice vocabulary, the lesson that is aimed to practice listening, and so on and so forth. So when they have no means to express themselves, this problem can be solved and has to be solved by teaching them and simple practice, nothing else. And if we dig a little bit deeper, we will come to the conclusion that we can even teach A1. Like they can speak, why not? This will be rather limited, not so coherent, sometimes not so cohesive, but they will speak, why not? And keeping these things in mind, I will offer you to check our understanding of speaking as a skill. We're going to watch 2 videos together. Has anybody seen this video before? This stand-ups before? No, looks like no. I can't say that they are funny because they have like this special kind of humor. Oh, no fans of Avalon comedy. Oh, Julia, yes, pretty good. Usually their stand-ups are unplanned, so they interact with the audience. The thing what I want us to do right now is to watch a short part of this video and decide if it's speaking Why? Why not? Does the speaker interact with the audience? And if yes, so then how? Let's give it a sound check. I do hope you will hear everything well.
Where do you work? What hospital?
Just next door to Chelsea and Westminster.
Oh, so you're not actually a nurse at the moment?
Oh, I am, yes.
So you're just about to start. Does that mean you're at another one at the minute?
I've been doing agency nursing.
Oh, right.
What's agency nursing? What, you take a little commission? Or what how's that?
You work wherever you like, whenever you like, for lots of money.
Is it like a secret agency? Are you sitting there smoking, say, yeah, things have been pretty bad, but I've...
I will stop them here. All right. So now please send me a plus if you think it was speaking and send me a minus if it was not. Okay. Yeah, definitely. I can see many pluses. This was speaking. They communicated. They had a goal. The TV presenter knew why he's there, the comedian, basically. He knew why he's there. He knew why he was asking this or that question, because he wanted to make his stand-up as nice as possible. The lady who was answering the questions, she knew why she was there, because she wanted to entertain herself, to have some fun. And she even can feel a bit honored that she is actually answering his questions over there. That was speaking. They communicated. They had a goal. Why not? On the other hand, does the speaker interact with the audience? And if yes, then how? Give me your ideas in the chat, please. Okay, that's like, oh my God, how did they interact? Yes, makes them laugh. Exactly. Oh, we can say makes them laugh or not. We're not sure if everybody laughed. He speaks like he speaks with a friend. Yeah, so the atmosphere is rather friendly. They reacted. Yeah, so this is actually the thing. They knew why they were there. They wanted to entertain themselves. He sees that the audience laughs at their interaction and tries to continue the conversation. Definitely, you're right about that. Here we should differentiate between like speaking and public speaking, because public speaking is a bit different. It involves many other techniques to interact with the audience. But yeah, he interacted pretty easily. It was not kind of super public speaking. The atmosphere was very friendly. Yeah, they spoke. Why not? They were fluent. They were accurate. Probably they are native speakers. And here we come up to the conclusion that their speaking here was interactive. Yeah, they interacted with each other. But what do you think? Was it planned or unplanned? That's the question. Okay, many of you think it's unplanned, and you are actually right. Of course, we can say that, oh, come on, have a look at him. He's old. He knows many jokes about doctors, nurses, and so on and so forth. He knows all the jokes, but he has to accumulate his experience and give only the best parts when it's relevant. Because if he just cram learned some jokes, the audience doesn't react. Oh, well, what should he do? Continue? No, they will stand up and go away. This will also be kind of reaction, but yeah, this was rather unplanned. He may have some background, but he needs to use it correctly. That was easy. They were native speakers. Let's have a look at something else. Yeah, just one more note that the spoken language is more spontaneous than written, of course. That's why they could have interrupted each other, some hesitations, pauses. That's fine. Why not? I will stop them one more time, and I will offer you to watch the second video. I'm pretty sure you all know this exam, because this is one of the Cambridge International exams. And what we can see over here, two ladies, they are taking their exam. The question is the same. Is it speaking? Why not? And have they been interacting with each other? How do you know? Keep in mind that we will discuss also whether it was rather interactive or non-interactive, planned or unplanned. Let's give it a try.
Now, in this part of the test, you're going to talk together. Here are some pictures that show different places to eat. Do you like these different places to eat? Say why or why not. I'll say that again. Do you like these different places to eat? Say why or why not. All right? Now talk together.
Actually, I like eat in the restaurant and try a new dish and with my family or with my friend.
Yes, I like in the restaurant or with my friends or and in the house with my family.
You like make fire outside and eating something. Actually, I like grilled chicken. I like make that.
But I think the best eat in the outside. Maybe with family or with friends.
All right, I will stop the ladies here. Send me please A+ in the chat box if you think it was speaking, and a- if you think that was not. And oh my God, what was that? Okay. Quite interesting because we have 50-50. Some pluses and some minuses. Forced interaction. Interesting. Okay. Oh, well, let's talk about it a bit more together. This video is considered to be speaking because they had a certain topic to discuss. They had a communicative goal to agree or disagree on the best places that they go to eat out with their friends and family. And basically, they had a chance to express their opinion over there. Even though their language was very limited, they were not able to form the question properly. They tried to use the gestures, the same stuff as I'm doing right now. They showed the pictures to each other, and subconsciously they agreed or disagreed. At the very beginning of the speech, the lady in the white jacket listened to the lady in the black jacket, and she said, the lady in the black jacket said something like, I love going out with friends. And she said, yes, I like eating something, something. She subconsciously agreed. So they found something together. The communicative goal was achieved. They found the first thing. Another part is, what do you think? Have they been interacting with each other? A forced interaction. I can see somebody like, no. They tried. Basically, they tried. They knew why they are in this exam because they want to pass the exam. They knew what to do. They had a clear instruction. They knew that simply saying yes or no is not enough. They smiled to each other. They had the eye contact. And basically, they had one paper that they had to look into. That's why they were interacting with each other. Did the intonation help them? Definitely. They couldn't form a question properly, but they say, you like this? Okay, probably there was a question to me. Again, they are elementary students, rather limited. Their language is rather limited. On the other hand, they still communicated, so it doesn't take a lot. Even lower levels are able to speak. A lot of hesitations, pauses, interjections, something like not so clear language, like eating that. Oh, maybe she will guess. But still, they communicated and they spoke. Why not? We can understand that it was rather interactive, but what do you think? Was it planned or unplanned? Let me know what you think in the chat. Somebody thinks it's planned, somebody thinks it's unplanned. Okay, looks like planned, and I can agree to some extent over here. We all understand that they have visited the exam prep course. They have covered the topic of food, the topic of entertainment, having fun, some phrases like going out with friends, going out with family. On the other hand, if I, as a student, covered 100 phrases about going out with somebody, can I just come to exam and say all the phrases and they will put me like pass? Unfortunately, but no. They had to interact, and from their previous experience, the same as the comedian did, they had to pick up only best things to show their knowledge, to show that they are fluent, and to show that they are accurate. There is the comment that it was too challenging for them. They tried to interact using both verbal and non-verbal language, and it's fine for their level. Of course, we cannot expect like super advanced conversation from them or something. Again, they are very stressed. This is the exam. They have the interlocutor sitting and then another interlocutor sitting behind the first one. But yeah, they spoke. So even this thing is speaking. They communicated, they tried to show their comment of the language, of the grammar, because I like, I don't like, I can, I can't, and so on. They are aware of turn taking. Speaking happened. That's the final conclusion over here. So with these two videos, we see that speaking can have different forms. Even the hardest one, the easiest one, anyway, it's going to be speaking. And here we come up to another conclusion at the point. Just to summarize it up, we as teachers keep it in mind. Okay, this can be planned, unplanned, like example, speech to present a new product to an investor. This is spontaneous to some extent, but you have certain points to cover. If you do not cover all of them and you just keep talking about the weather, you will not get the investment over here. Can be unplanned, such as a small talk in a lift, any small talk with anybody that you meet outside or something. Can be interactive, like a dialogue or a conversation or an unplanned stand-up. Can be non-interactive. And here I was hesitating because I wanted to find a good example of a non-interactive speaking. That's kind of recording a speech for a radio broadcast. You know why you're recording that, but your listeners haven't listened to that yet. That's why it's definitely non-interactive. Do you think that all the things we should know about speaking stop here? Is it enough to teach your students speaking? Of course, no. The answer will always be no. There are always going to be some more things. And I'm ready to show you only some that are also to be taken into consideration. Let's have a look. Grammar, intonation patterns, interaction patterns, turn taking, pronunciation, vocabulary accuracy, cultural competence. It's impossible to teach all these things in one lesson. That's why that's going to be the answer to our third statement, if I'm not mistaken. So we practice speaking every lesson. Unfortunately, no, because when we do practice speaking as a skill, we must keep all these things in mind. But do you think we can teach it separately? We do. We do have lessons devoted to grammar, to vocabulary. We do have sections that are for pronunciation. We do have sections that, not sections, even the lessons that are created to promote turn taking, to promote cultural competence, to promote intonation patterns. There can be like not a full lesson devoted for that, but this definitely can be a section. Why not? Of course, we should base all these things on our students' needs, because sometimes this happens like your student is totally accurate, but they cannot say a word. Like you remember that dinosaur from the second slide from the presentation. So it depends on what they need. You can adapt, and then the lesson will be effective, 100%. We do have a question. So can we say that there was speaking between the examiner and the students? Kinda yes, because that lady knew that she's giving the task. She knew why she's there, and the test takers knew why they were there and why they are listening to that lady. They interacted. Why not? That was kind of speaking. They even know she's going to give them the grades later on. So yeah, they tried to do their best. Okay. Keeping these things in mind, we understand that there are different sections in our books. And I'm pretty sure you start recollecting, I open my unit, I have vocabulary, then maybe reading, then maybe grammar, then maybe something else, listening, and so on. And we finish it up with writing, usually. So is every task speaking? Looks like no. The thing what happens here is that we shouldn't trust our books sometimes and believe that every task where is written speaking is actually speaking. Again, keep in mind that all your students have the experience studying L1. And that happened so easily. They didn't put any efforts in that almost. They just spoke to their friends and family, that was fine. And they expected to happen in the same way with L2. That's why we are there to help them and to explain that it's impossible to have only speaking. No boring grammar, no boring vocab, no pronunciation sections. We must cover everything because without it, your speaking will be rather limited. On the other hand, we should remember that not every task is a speaking task. And not every part where we use speaking as a tool will develop their speaking as a skill. Let's have a look at some examples over here. There are some tasks that are performed through speaking, where we have no target to develop speaking as a skill. And they are something like a lead-in stage. They do speak, they give their opinion, but we haven't taught them anything yet. It's just to activate their previous background and put them in the context of the lesson, especially when we show pictures, ask them the questions or something. Another kind is when they have a peer chat in the breakout rooms or when they are just sitting in an offline classroom with each other. They say something like, okay, you start 1, A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, silence. Technically, they use their speaking apparatus to speak, but they do not have a communicative goal. They have a goal to check it. That's practically it. They can even do it in a written form if they use the Zoom chat box or any other chat box, or they just exchange their sheets and compare what they have, 100%. Drilling, perfect technique that promotes good pronunciation, that promotes better memorization of the words. Technically, we use our speaking apparatus here, both teachers and students. But students do not have a target to develop a speaking skill. They have a target to pronounce the word correctly, probably to acquire a new sound, such as the or something horrible as that. Maybe to memorize the word again. But they do not have a target to develop speaking as a skill. The question that arises from this is that what are the tasks to develop speaking? And here they go. There are tasks that are performed for speaking, for the sake of speaking, because we have a target to develop speaking as a skill. A role play, they have a communicative goal, even though the role play can be limited in terms of the topic. For example, buying a new phone in a shop, and you give them some clear points on what you expect to hear. Even if they don't know some special vocabulary, they are going to do something. They're going to use gestures, they are going to mime, use some synonyms, and so on. And their main idea here is to finish the role play, not to put new words in the role play. Presentations, especially when a teacher is wisely giving a task for everybody else who is sitting and listening. Okay, now student A, you're giving the presentation, everybody else, please rate his or her presentation from 1 to 10 and say why. The student student A knows why he is giving this presentation. Everybody else knows why they're sitting and listening. Later on, they can ask a question. They can give a comment. They can be silent and do like, or they can be silent and do like, oh. This is also kind of interaction over there. So the presenter will understand whether his or her presentation is successful. Debates. I guess I do not have to explain anything over here, as definitely they interact. Their main goal is to win, is to prove that they are right. And even though they may not know the phrases for agreeing and disagreeing, they will perform the debates. That's not going to be an obstacle for them. Storytelling, the same as presentations. Some people can say that, oh, come on, like he's just retelling the story. What's wrong with it? Give them the communicative goal so they will feel like they need to do something with that. For example, you put students in the groups of 3, not better in the groups of 3, because when there are 2, this can become a debate. So yeah, groups of 3, and you say, listen to the stories and choose the best one, choose the funniest one, choose the scariest one. So they will understand that they have to listen intensively, probably prove that their story is the best, probably prove that somebody else's story is the best. So the main idea is to make them communicate and know why they are doing that. If they can answer this question, definitely your task that is aimed on practicing speaking skill will be an effective one. That's the main point. And it's gonna be not so honest if I don't show you some examples from the books. I've chosen some widely spread books, some books that are known by everybody. Send me a plus in the chat box if you've ever worked with this book. Maybe not level 3, but any other level. Yeah, definitely. If you haven't seen this one, probably you've seen the first edition. Probably you had a chance to work with it as a student, because yeah, we have many young teachers among us these days too. Yeah, so I can see many of you use this book. We all know that the units in this book, in roadmap, in speak out, even to some extent, they are all structured. So firstly, you have, for the most part, vocabulary, or listening, reading, and then vocabulary that is based on that text, spoken or written. Then we mostly have grammar, then listening, then maybe vocab or functional language, maybe use of English, then speaking lesson, and the final one is writing lesson. Usually it happens this way. So what we must understand here is that we have got two vulnerable points from this certain page. This is actually task number 2 and task number 4. Have a look. They have big word, speaking, over here. It's written in caps lock, so they gave us the hint that here your students have to speak. On the other hand, send me a plus in the chat box right now if you think that task number 2, I'm going to highlight it pretty quickly, develops speaking as a skill. Take a moment to look through. One more time the question. Does task 2 has a target to practice speaking as a skill? If yes, then plus. If no, then minus. Oh, well, I can see the minus over there too. Okay. Not really, looks like brainstorming. Yeah, and we do have to keep in mind, because have a look over here. They have a vocabulary section, show what you know. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of brainstorming or something like that. But here in task 1, that goes before task 2, we expect our students to show their knowledge of vocab and to like organize the phrases correctly. Probably to refresh some words connected with sports and so on. In task 2, we want them to use the phrases from task number 1. So task 2 is rather aimed to practice the vocabulary that you have refreshed together with them, rather than practicing speaking as a skill. Again, coming back to our issue with the debates. If they don't know functional phrases for agreeing and disagreeing, they will say yes, they will say no, they will show like this, they will show like this. But they will promote their idea. They will be able to speak. If they don't know anything that is connected with the sports, they will not be able to complete task 2. So here, the main idea of task 2 is to practice vocabulary through speaking, but not speaking itself. Okay, can be quite controversial. Have a look at task number 4 over here. Take a minute. They say speaking, discuss these choices. Which do you prefer and why? Is it speaking to practice speaking skill or speaking to practice something else? I can see some pluses in the chat box. Okay. Okay, not to make you wait longer. To practice speaking as a skill. This one can be speaking for the sake of practicing speaking as a skill. We have already provided them with the necessary vocabulary over here. But if they don't use these exact words like ice hockey, skating, or skiing, nothing bad will happen. So if you give a clear, correct instruction, task 4 can be the task to practice speaking as a skill. Why not? Let's have a look at some other examples from the same book, but I just have taken different units over there. Have a look at this one. I closed like what kind of lesson that is, just to make it a bit more interesting for us. Have a look. We have task 1. Big word, speaking. Discuss what you know about the sports people in photos, ABC. Send me a plus if you think this is the task to practice speaking as a skill. Okay, we have some minuses, we have some pluses. All right. At this certain stage, we must understand that this is the lead-in. Usually, we use the lead-in stage to activate learners' background about a certain topic. So here we talk about sports. So we want to check what is their background, if they know these people or not. We cannot expect them to produce something clearly, a big speech over here. They can simply say A, yes, B, no, C, yes. And that's basically gonna be enough for a lead-in. We haven't given them the tool to perform a good speaking yet. So the main idea of this certain task is to activate learners' background and immerse them in the context of the lesson, but not to practice speaking as a skill. Basically lead-in. Have a look at another task that we have on this same page. That's going to be 2 tasks, task 9 and task 10. This says pronunciation focus. What do you think? Do we complete these 2 tasks to practice speaking as a skill or no? I've got some minuses. Okay, I've got a lot of minuses. Fine. Yeah. And I can agree with all the minuses over here. These 2 tasks are aimed to practice their pronunciation. Even though our students, and even we as teachers, because we will maybe give the model later on, we will use our speaking apparatus and technically we will speak. We do not have the aim to develop speaking as a skill. We have an aim to make their pronunciation better. Here to probably to teach them how to differentiate between the sounds over here, maybe to memorize the new words. But we do not have a communicative goal over here, and we do not have a goal to make our students produce sentences and cohesive and coherent utterance. So only practicing pronunciation, probably to memorize the words better, but again, not speaking. I guess you have a question. So where is speaking? Where is it located in the book right now? If this is not, this is not, this is not. I have another screenshot for you over here. Again, I closed like the name of the lesson. Have a look at the screenshot and have a look at these 2 tasks, task 5 and task 6. Again, they have speaking. Send me a plus if you think that these tasks are to practice speaking as a skill. Maybe no, maybe yes. Pretty good. Yeah, definitely. You're right about that. These 2 tasks promote speaking as a skill because they are rather opinionated over here. Let's check task number 5 together. That says, practice the dialects in exercise 4. So they have a demo, they have a pattern, what they should do in this task. But have a look. Choose the answer A or B according to your own opinion. They can again agree or disagree, and they can develop the dialect a little bit more, and it will be based only on their opinion. They have the starting point, but how it's going to go on, nobody knows, because we cannot know everybody's opinion over there. Let's check task number 6 together. It says, discuss the topics below, use the speaking focus to help you. But we've got only 2 statements over here. Will it be enough for our students to speak? Probably we should have given them 7 or 10 or something. Okay, I can see some of you smiling here, and that's definitely going to be enough. If we have an aim to develop speaking as a skill over here, that means that our students are able to finish this discussion, probably to check whether they agree or disagree with that. Again, some of you can say like, come on, we have speaking box over here with some useful phrases. But the task says, use the speaking focus to help you. If they don't want any help, oh well, they just do not use the phrases. If you want them to use the phrases, that's going to be another lesson that is aimed on functional language. They will be able to finish the discussion with their previous knowledge, They have accumulated the grammar from the unit. They have accumulated the vocabulary. Now they are ready to use the best in order to complete the discussion. And it's really nice that we have only 2 points over here, because we all have this situation when you put your students in pairs, right? Or in groups, you give them the list of 5 topics to discuss, and you say, you've got like 7 minutes. The first 2 minutes, they will spend discussing what topic they want to discuss. And only later on, they will start discussing the exact statement. Even here, to give them more time to speak, you can say, okay, I divide you into groups. Group 1, statement 1, group 2, statement 2. So they will not hesitate whether they like number 1 or number 2, where to start with, and so on. So you can feel sure that this is going to be something that they can manage. And we do have a question here. In task 5, if it were the dialect to practice without opinions, A, B to choose, would it still be speaking for speaking? If this is just a written dialect that they have to read, and they do not put any of their opinion over there, they are just reading like, okay, student A, you're reading for Samuel, student B, you're reading for Anna. Unfortunately, this is not going to be speaking for the sake of speaking, as they do not give any opinion. They do not have any space to move over here. They cannot put their own words or something. So that's going to be it. Once the task is opinionated, we can consider it as a speaking for the sake of practicing speaking as a skill. So it has the target over here. All right. Keeping this in mind, if you have any other questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat box. If no, we will move to another part. There is still a small part about classroom management and what I actually do, because that's rather hard. That was hard to, switch from online to offline. And this switch is like every lesson, one online, one offline. Okay. Right, if any questions, I will answer them as soon as we finish the session. So let's move a little bit on to some classroom management tips. Here you can see 2 pictures. Basically, there is the speaking lesson on the left and the speaking lesson on the right. Which one do you think is better? On the left or on the right? Those who are with the cameras, you can simply show me like this. Okay, the left one. Yeah, definitely. You're right about that. Yeah, and I could see that some people has shown the left side too. Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure whether we should discuss what's wrong with this picture. It looks like there is the teacher standing as a role model. Probably there are 20 students sitting in the classroom, but even if it's 10, it's gonna take so much time to ask every single student, okay, what's your favorite food? Maria, please. Oleg, please. It's dead talking time. Other students will be bored. And then usually when you come to the very last student in your list, he's like, oh, sorry, I forgot what to do. That's it. Your speaking lesson must look like something on the left. If this is an offline one, if it's an online one, please, you can actively use all the breakout rooms and group your students, put them into pairs, because this is the key to success. At the very beginning, when we discussed the problem, why students are afraid to speak, why they don't speak, what is their problem, there was the comment that they are shy. When you are sitting and there is another person standing on you, you will always be shy. It doesn't matter who that is, your teacher, a parent, or somebody else. Even we as teachers do not like this pattern so much. So keep it in mind. Another thing is that there are some more ideas on how to keep your students, hot during the class. The first thing is that you should always show a demo. I am pretty sure we all had the situation when we have given the task, probably some ICQs, you put them in the groups, and the first question in the group is, what should we do? Oh, the teacher explained something for 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, I was lost. If you show them the demo, they will remember it much better. And it works for both offline and online classrooms. You can recollect that last screenshot where we had task 5, task 6, and task 5 said practice the dialogues, but finish it as you wish. This was kind of demo over there because they know that they have a starting point and then they can agree or disagree, again, agree or disagree. They had a demo over there, why not? Another tip is set clear time limits every single time. To be honest, my speech for today lasts for 60 minutes and I do have a stopwatch over here. Really, it's like laying over here for the whole time I'm speaking. If you do not set clear time limits, your students will be lost. And I'm pretty sure we all had a situation when our lead-in lasted for 15 minutes out of 45 minutes lesson. And then we have no time to practice for the final practice on the lesson. If you feel not sure, if you do not have a clock on the wall, if you cannot see anything without your glasses, like I cannot see anything without my glasses, please use your phone with the stopwatch over there. And if you said it's 10 minutes for this task, they must complete it in 10 minutes, maybe plus 1 or 2 minutes if they're really confused or the discussion is rather active, but do not take them more time, as they will not appreciate the following stages and you as a teacher will not finish the task cycle over there. And my last tip for this part will be that you shouldn't give too many options to choose from. I guess we have discussed this point a few moments ago, but again, if you give 5 statements for the discussion, or if you give like 6 statements for the discussion, the first 2 minutes they will spend saying something like, oh, I don't really like point number 1. Maybe let's talk about number 2. Oh, no, I don't like number 2. Maybe let's talk about number 3 or something. If you give them less options, that's fine. They understand that, okay, we have 2, we have enough time, and so on. And coming back to Valeria's session over here, if you've got 2 options for them to discuss, set them, give them the clear understanding if they have to finish both or only one. You can say that the second one is for fast finishers, and that's going to work pretty well, but they will not try to manage their time in the breakout rooms, like 5 minutes for this, 5 for this, oh, for the first one, it was not enough. Yeah, so be very, very short and concise every time you want them to speak. They do not need many topics. They just need one good, and that's going to work well. And if you do have one good topic, that leads us to the following part. You can trust your students and play with them a little bit more. I will present this task to you for an online classroom and offline classroom. Unfortunately, there are not so many applications who offer us good online tools. So basically, if you want to put your students into pairs, you can use only Zoom and Discord. I do know that Discord is for free. For the Zoom, you have to buy the license. So if you want, you can try Discord. The thing is that in both applications, we have 3 options. When you put your students in the groups, you can assign them automatically, so the system will do it for you. Assign them manually if you definitely know who should work together and who shouldn't. And you have the 3rd option, let participants choose room. Of course, it's not going to work with young kids because that's going to be a mess. But if you have teens, as I had, that's going to be pretty interesting. You can give them the statement and ask them to think whether they agree with it or disagree with it. Then create 2 breakout rooms and say that breakout room number 1, if you are for that, if you agree, you go to breakout room number 1. If you disagree, you go to breakout room number 2 and open the rooms. In the breakout rooms, they will have a task to come up with 3 points to support their opinion, to support why they agree with it, why it's true, or to support why they disagree with it and why it's false. And this will be your safe moment because sometimes it happens so that you have 10 people in your class and 7 of them agree and 3 of them disagree. Just be ready for that as a teacher. That's fine because they have the equal amount of points to come up for the later discussion. If you feel afraid that you will have 7 students for and 3 against, just put them into the breakout rooms yourself. You can assign them manually in this way. And then later on, you can make a good open class discussion, or again, put them into pairs and let them have the debates on their own and just monitor them going through the breakout rooms. Again, you can do it on Zoom or you can do it on Discord. I know that Discord is more like a gaming app, but when my Zoom was broken, I had some lessons on Discord. The interface is the same and it's for free. So why not? If you have an offline classroom, you can also mix your students in an interesting way, mostly the same as we did it with online. You have the blackboard in your classroom. Write the statement they have to agree or disagree on the blackboard, put a big plus on the left, and put a big minus on the right. Ask your students to think for a minute if they agree or disagree, and move to the following part of the board. If they agree, they go to the left. If they disagree, they go to the right. Instruction is the same. Come up with 3 statements to support your opinion. Then you can choose an open class discussion, or this can be just like discussion in pairs or in groups again. Firstly, you will be afraid to try that, but if you do it step by step, your students later on will be fine with it, because they will be adjusted to what they have to do. They will know the procedure, and your speaking lessons will be rather active. They will know that they can either agree or disagree. They have a choice. They can express their opinion, and they will always know that there is the space for speaking, because we will discuss it in an open class, or we will do it into pairs. So you will not lose your time on the lead-in, but they will all be like, okay, let's go to the final stage because I want to speak a little bit more. And this will ensure that you as a teacher will work as a facilitator. You give them the instructions, they have a statement, then you just walk around the classroom, picking up the mistakes or some interesting things to discuss later on, or just monitor them in the breakout rooms in Zoom or Discord. And that is practically going to be it. Do not be afraid to put them in different groups. Even those people who sometimes do not communicate well together, they see the demo and they will do it for you. Both applicable for online and offline classroom. And it looks like that's pretty it from me as for now. So if you have any questions, please feel free to type them in the Zoom chat box. And then, thank you for being with me for today. Okay, just a couple more seconds to check if we have some questions. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, Iryna, for your presentation and the wonderful session. By the way, I wanted to add that Ira has developed a course about conversation-based lessons, and it's going to be there on Grade University platform very soon. So visit our website, and there is also a webinar, a workshop on speaking clubs at grade.ua. You can also buy the recording, and if you want to run speaking clubs, visit our website and watch how Ira shares her tips on conducting speaking clubs. Okay, I can see some questions. I will read for you if you don't mind. Yeah. Can you recommend a book, How to Work with Mixed Ability Groups? It's a question from Iryna.
Well, that's, by the way, a very good question over here, because I faced the same problem when I was starting my teaching career, and I was totally lost in everything. But I cannot say that the book helped me, but TKT modules 2 and 3 helped me. There is, by the way, the book on how to get ready for a TKT module 2 or module 3, but that time I took a course actually at Grade. Yeah, and they give some really practical things over there, because unfortunately there is no a separate book on how to work with mixed ability groups or mixed ability classes or students, but it is all about classroom management. So more you explore about classroom management, more you will be aware on how to manage those students who are weaker, stronger, and so on. So I do recommend you checking TKT modules 2 and 3 over there.
Yeah, thank you for the recommendation. And I guess we have a webinar from Lida Simak on our website too. So visit our video library. There, it has to be there for sure. So check it there too. Another question from Marina. A group of 8 students, aged 6 to 7. Should we also use the breakout rooms? Can it be not so often?
Well, thank you for the question here. If you asked it like a year ago, probably I should say no breakout rooms or something like that. because I've never experienced it myself. But last year, I had the chance to work with a marvelous group of kids who were like 6, 7 year olds, all of them. And we used lots of the breakout rooms. The only one thing what you should keep here in mind is that before sending them to the breakout room, you should give them a very good demo on what they should do in the breakout rooms. If you do not provide them with a demo, they will be lost showing their pets to each other or something like that. So what I did, if I wanted them to practice a short dialogue, for example, with each other, firstly, I practiced it, I showed it to them in an open class. For example, I had a stronger girl, I have chosen her. She interacted with me. Then I asked her to interact with a bit weaker student, and only then I sent them to the breakout rooms. They have already seen it's possible. The teacher is there to help if something happens. So yeah, definitely use the breakout rooms with them. They will start speaking faster.
Yeah, thank you very much. I got another question which popped up earlier from Yaroslava. What if all students go to the same room? I guess it's impossible, but can you explain, please?
Yeah, definitely. So, of course, many things happen. And if you give them the freedom to choose, they can all go to the same room. In this situation, you can have 2 solutions. The first one is that you can on your own say, oh, sorry, let me then group you, so we will have 2 equal groups. But if you don't want to do like that, let them all discuss why they disagree or why they all agree with it, and come up with some strong points. Then later on, you will put them in the pairs or in groups of 3, just like smaller groups, and ask them to talk about all points again and choose those ones that are the most effective or that are the best, the strongest. And that's it.
Yeah, we have, thank you, Ira. One more question. I just catch them over there in the chat. There was a question from Olha. What are the options for kids? I have 25, 6-year-olds.
Oh, well, I would say
That's
breakout.
difficult.
Yeah, first of all, you're really strong, because I know that young kids can be, yeah, they can be cuties, they can be not. Sometimes they have bad mood, but my sincere recommendation here is to use the breakout rooms. Teach them, give them good demos, and then you will not feel as a squeezed lemon after the lesson, because they will work independently. They will know what you want from them. Once they've seen the demo, you can put them in the breakout rooms. Of course, there are going to be some kids who will be naughty, but you will minimize this percentage, and you will ensure that other kids who really want to work are not interrupted by those naughty students. Why not?
Yeah, and I guess probably if teachers teach online, it's a good idea to pre-assign the breakout rooms before the lesson, right? Not to waste your time during the lesson. What do you think about this?
Yeah, definitely. You know your students for sure, and you know who can work together and who cannot. So before you start the lesson, that takes basically 3 minutes to arrange all the breakout rooms as you want them to be. So yeah, you can pre-arrange them as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. A lot of thanks to Iryna. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. All right. We don't say goodbye. You're probably going to stay here, and let's get back to my presentation now. Actually, we are in the middle of the event right now, and we recognize the importance of taking moments to recharge and reconnect. So with that in mind, we are delighted to announce a well-deserved coffee break. I actually have got my coffee right now for next 15 minutes. Use this time to stretch your legs and grab a refreshing beverage. Remember to return promptly, as we have exciting lineup of sessions waiting for you. There will be 2 more sessions and 2 wonderful speakers. Enjoy your break, and we will return shortly for more valuable learning experiences. So it's going to happen in like 15 minutes. Please don't leave Zoom actually, because I'm going to share some information with you. You can make coffee for yourself and watch while having your coffee. All right. So see you in 15 minutes, and yeah, and we will return with our sessions to you. Just a moment. All right.
advanced training with grade every year. Teachers from over 72 countries attending our professional development events. The best internationally qualified course authors and tutors from around the world. We create professional development opportunities for every teacher. Get CV boosting certificates, share your achievements, and develop your teacher brand. The Grade University platform offers courses for new teachers and experienced professionals. Develop professionally anywhere, anytime. Try a free demo of each course.
Hi teachers, I have 3 questions for you. Do you often find your students disengaged in your classroom activities? Do you have difficulty giving clear and concise instructions for activities and tasks? Do you feel unconfident about how to manage students learning online? If you answered yes to at least one of the questions, our online self-study course Superb EFL/ESL Classroom Management is here to help. Discover the basics of classroom management, including establishing rapport, interacting with students, and delivering effective teacher talk. Get detailed guidance on giving clear instructions, monitoring students' progress, and wrapping up activities. Explore the challenges and opportunities of online teaching and learn really practical tips for building rapport, organizing interaction, and running activities online. Sign up now to be prepared for any challenges of the English classroom and create an engaging learning environment for your students.
Are there any resources or materials that can help me with planning different types of lessons? What are some effective teaching strategies I can incorporate in my lesson planning to ensure that my lessons are engaging and effective for my students? Teachers often ask these questions, so you are not alone. If you are tired of creating lengthy and time-consuming documents for your lesson plans, let us help you. Learn how to design lesson plans that will not only enhance your students' learning outcomes, but also save you time in the process with our online self-study course, The Basics of Lesson Planning. In just 10 hours, you will learn about different types of lessons based on their focus, such as language lessons, covering grammar or vocabulary, and skills lessons, including receptive skills, listening and reading, and productive skills, speaking and writing. Learn how to plan a basic lessons of each type, find out which are the essential stages of each lesson, and what stages could be added if necessary. Plan your lessons efficiently, saving your time and energy with our practical tips and strategies. Enroll now!
Are you struggling to connect with your teenage students? Do you find it difficult to keep them motivated during English lessons? Or maybe you just started teaching teenage groups and are not sure what to do? Our online self-study course, The Motivated Teen: Strategies for Language Teaching, is here to help. Whether you're a new teacher or an experienced educator, this course will provide you with fresh and inspirational techniques to engage and motivate your adolescent learners. You will learn about the changes that teenagers go through, how their brains develop and work, and how these changes affect their behavior. You will also discover the needs that your teenage students have and how to meet them, including the practical application of Maslow's pyramid of basic needs in the classroom. You will gain a deeper understanding of motivation and learn a variety of techniques to motivate your teenage learners. Our course provides everything you need to make informed teaching decisions and adjust your planning choices to accommodate the physical, cognitive, and emotional states of your teenage students. Say goodbye to challenging teen classes and teach with confidence. Sign up.
Do you prepare your students for IELTS? If yes, you might know that candidates often find writing to be the most difficult part of the exam. Writing IELTS essays in particular can be challenging for several reasons. They require a certain level of language proficiency and familiarity with the requirements and expectations of the IELTS exam. Additionally, IELTS essay prompts cover a wide range of topics and require the writer to have a good understanding of different types of essay structures and techniques. As teachers, we often wonder how to best organize the process of teaching IELTS essays and giving feedback to students. We have the best solution for you and your students, our comprehensive, practical and informative course, How to Teach IELTS Essays. It provides step-by-step guidance on how to teach IELTS essays effectively and how to give students helpful feedback, including activities and tasks that you can immediately use with your students. The course will also help you deal with common student problems like not knowing how to manage time effectively or not using high-scoring language. You will learn really practical solutions. It's super comprehensive and packed with great information that any teacher can use to improve their IELTS essay teaching skills. Become an IELTS essay teaching expert today. Sign up for the course.
If you're a teacher of advanced English learners, you know that the CE and CP writing papers are a real challenge, aren't they? How good are your students at the writing paper? Do they have difficulty generating ideas? Do they pay enough attention to organization? Do they often make silly grammar and spelling mistakes? Or do you think their writing is of a pretty high standard? Discover the latest techniques for teaching writing for CE and CPE with our new course, Hacking CE and CPE Writing. You will learn about the various types of writing tested on the CE, CPE, including opinion essays, reports, proposals, letters and emails, articles and reviews. Our expert tutors will guide you through the key skills and strategies needed to excel on this paper, from brainstorming and planning to refining your language use and avoiding common pitfalls. You will enhance your skills in planning and teaching exam writing lessons, providing feedback and utilizing self and peer assessment. The course also addresses common challenges of teaching exam writing and provides practical solutions. With our practical guidance and instant feedback, you will help your students achieve success on the CE and CPE writing papers. Sign up and start seeing results today.
To your feet, but there's a side to you that I never knew all the things you.
Agree that teaching English to children and teenagers can be challenging at times. We constantly need to motivate them and find ways to make the lessons interesting and engaging. Additionally, there may be students in class with different levels of knowledge, requiring the teacher to adapt the material and tasks. Maintaining discipline in the classroom can also be a real challenge. At the same time, teaching children and teens can be rewarding and inspiring. That's why we created the Great Teacher YL plus Tiki TYL course. What is Great Teacher YL plus Tiki TYL? Great Teacher YL is a course for English language teachers working in primary and secondary schools who wish to improve their classroom performance and knowledge of concepts related to teaching children and teenagers. This course is part of the professional development program Great Teacher for English language teachers developed by Great Education Center and approved by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Who is this course for? Great Teacher YL or Young Learners plus Tiki TYL means that this qualification is intended for English language teachers who work with young children aged 6 to 12 and teenagers aged 13 to 17 and plan to take the Cambridge TKT-YL exam in the future. The course is suitable for teachers who have just graduated from university or have some experience working with children and teenagers, as well as teachers with experience in other areas of ELT, such as teaching adults or business English, who want to learn how to work with children and teenagers. Course format and duration. This is an intensive 2-week online course that includes the following activities: input sessions with a tutor, individual work on Great University platform, observation of classes by more experienced teachers, completion of homework assignments, final assessment. Tutor-led sessions will take place in groups on the Zoom platform in real time 4 times a week for 3 hours. During these sessions, we will explore various important aspects related to teaching young learners and teenagers. We will examine how they learn and discuss strategies that can be used to stimulate their learning process. We will also focus on effective lesson planning, ways to achieve learning objectives and engage students. And of course, we will address the crucial issue of classroom management to create a conducive learning atmosphere and ensure discipline during lessons. The work on the Great University platform implies a unique opportunity to take a self-study online course called The Basics of Lesson Planning, which will add another certificate to your professional development. You will also have the opportunity to watch and analyze 2 lessons by experienced teachers, one with younger learners and one with teenagers. The final assessment will help you understand your readiness for the exam and assess how well you acquired the knowledge. Assessment. Candidates who successfully meet the course requirements and demonstrate results and meet or exceed the standards in each of the 3 assessment components receive a certificate. The assessment components include lesson observations, final test, completing a course on the Great University platform. You can receive grades of pass, pass with merit, or fail, which will be indicated on your course completion certificate. In total, you will receive 2 certificates: certificate from Great Education Center and the certificate from Great University in both English and Ukrainian. Both certificates meet the requirements of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and the specified number of hours can be recognized by your educational institution as mandatory professional development hours for English language teachers. How to start the Great Teacher-YL plus TKT-YL course? To join the course, you need to follow 3 simple steps. Register on grade.ua website, take a test to determine your English proficiency level. Afterwards, our managers will contact you and offer to fill out a detailed questionnaire. If you are at least 18 years old at the time of application, have an English level of B1+ or higher, and have answered all the questions in the questionnaire, you will receive an invitation letter for the course and payment details. Once the successful payment is confirmed, you become our trainee. Join the Great Teacher-YL plus TKT-YL course today to gain valuable advice and strategies to teach English to children and teenagers successfully.
All right, welcome back everyone. We hope you enjoyed the coffee break and had a chance to recharge. Put plus if yes, if you are with us. All right. Hello again. Okay, I have some breaking news for you before we resume our next session. And actually, we are finally bringing back our offline events. We have already scheduled 2 offline events for English teachers to be held in Kyiv this autumn, one in September and another one in November. So I'm delighted to see you on the 16th of September in Kyiv for a transformative IELTS training day. So the topic of the training day is writing essays for 6.5 plus. So teaching IELTS essays for higher level. So what's going to happen? There are going to be 4 hours of intensive offline training. There will be 2 sessions with IELTS teaching expert Andriy Piharev. Practice, practice, and more practice. Fruitful interaction and exchange of ideas with your colleagues. Coffee, tasty treats, and networking, and of course, certificates. So why should you attend this workshop? So we will reveal the secrets of successful IELTS essay preparation. We will analyze the types of essays, writing criteria, evaluation. We will also teach you the steps for successful writing of any type of essay that is needed for IELTS exam. We will show you how to help your students prepare and write an IELTS essay, and we will explore what kind of feedback to give on writing and how to do it. So I would say that attending this event is a must if you are teaching or planning to prepare your students for IELTS. So save the date, the 16th of September. The registration is already open on our website. You can scan the QR code and check this event there. There are only 20 spots available. So if you are eager to join us, you have to do it now, because we have already some people registered there. So see you on the 16th of September in Kyiv at Great Education Center, and please register for the event. One more thing. Oh, please, could you please mute yourself, guys, because, okay, let me do it. All right, okay. So we are also inviting you to celebrate our 15th birthday with us on November 11th in Kyiv. So we are preparing a very special offline event for teachers with insightful sessions and lots of surprises. Save the date too and check grade.ua for details. That will be available there next week. The event is not on the website, but we will post it there next week. So follow us and check our website and register for this event too. Yeah, and I think it's time to introduce our next speaker, Natalia Sherbakova. Natalia, are you here?
Yep. Yeah, right. So Natalia is sitting next to me. Yeah, that's true. All right. So in our next session, what's happening with my sound?
In our next session, Natalia Sherbakova will take us through the intricacies of assessing FCE writing tasks. Evaluating written assignments can be a challenge, especially for tasks that demand a balance of linguistic skill and creativity. Natalia will equip us with the tools and insights needed to assess and provide meaningful feedback on these tasks, fostering growth in our students' writing mastery. So let me tell you a few things about Natalia. Her story is special because she underwent a significant professional transformation, transitioning from a student at Great Education Center to an English teacher, actually. With 3 years of teaching experience, she has effectively worked with various age groups, both offline and online, conducting classes in general English, business English, and exam preparation. Natalia is an active participant of webinars and conferences, and since 2023, she has been working as a senior teacher at Great Education Center. And at the moment, Natalia is preparing for Delta Module 1, right? Okay.
So good luck to you with that. And meet Natalia Sherbakova and her inspiring session, Assessing FCE Writing Tasks.
Okay, thank you, Yulia. Thank you very much for such a introduction. So hello everyone, guys. I hope you can hear me well. Yeah, my name is Natalia, and I'm really happy to be here at this event, and I'm really happy, I'm delighted to see so many teachers at our conference. So let me just briefly talk about myself. Let me introduce myself very briefly. As Yulia mentioned, yeah, I am a senior teacher as well. I'm an academic director of the corporate department at Great Education Center, and I've been teaching for this time. I've been teaching to different types. I was teaching to adults and teenagers, preteens. I've been teaching different classes in general English, business English, and exam preparation. And I've been preparing my students for FCE exams, B2 First qualification, for a while, which is why we are going to talk today about writing in FCE and how to assess this. So let me firstly explain what we are going to talk about today. So first of all, we will talk about what is B2 First qualification in general, some basic information. We will go deeper and talk about writing assessment criteria. We will have some assessment practice, and we will also discuss some typical students' preconceptions and typical mistakes that they make and how to deal with them. So first of all, I would like to get some information from you. I would like to get to know you a little bit, and I would like to ask you, can you please put in the chat plus if you have taught or are teaching exam classes at the moment? Take 30 seconds and put plus, please. Yeah, I can see some. All right. Okay, we have a couple of classes for sure. That's great. So we have some experienced teachers. Great. Okay, so okay, thank you very much. Since we have some people who are teaching or have taught exam classes, can you please specify in the chat what kind of exams you have prepared or are preparing to? Maybe it's external independent testing, maybe Cambridge exams, IELTS, TOEFL, anything. Oh, great. We can see FCE, IELTS. Great. Nice. All right. Anything else maybe? Okay, and FCE as well. Great. All right. So we have some target audience for sure here who know what we're going to talk about. And I hope that our session will come in handy for you. So let's first of all talk about some quickly basic things. Do you know when was the first Cambridge exam introduced? I'm going to show you my slide in a second. So let's talk about Cambridge exams in general. Can you please type in the chat if you know when the first Cambridge exam was introduced? Take a wild guess, just the number of the year. Okay, interesting options. 1993, 1998. I would say it was even earlier, much earlier. Maybe we have some more options here. 86, 80s. Interesting. 68. Oh, that is closer. 70s. Okay. All right. Yeah, actually, guys, the very first Cambridge exam qualification was introduced more than 100 years ago. It was in 1913. And just for the sake of fun, can you guess, can you type in the chat, what kind of questions they included in the writing paper in 1913? Anything that comes to your mind. No ideas? What do you do in your free time? Thank you, Ruslana. Name. Okay, you will be, I guess you will be surprised. All right. That was a little bit more complicated, I would say. So I'm going to show you on my slide. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as I said, the first exam was introduced in 1913, and it was a certificate of proficiency, Cambridge proficiency exam, sorry. And these were the questions you can see on my slide in the writing paper. So the candidates were supposed to write about Elizabethan travel and discovery, or the Indian mutiny, or the development of local self-government, or even the effect of political movements upon 19th century literature in England. So as you can see, there are some troubles regarding these. Yeah, I know, I was also shocked. There are some troubles regarding these topics because they don't actually test the level of English proficiency. They don't test the command of language, right? They test the level of the background knowledge of the candidate. Yeah, there were 3 candidates in 1913. And do you know how many passed that exam? Any ideas? Yeah, exactly. Those who wrote none, you're absolutely right. No one passed in 1913, which is why, and fortunately, I guess, they reconsidered the topics. They reconsidered the topics of the writing paper. They can reconsider the whole format of the Cambridge exams. And nowadays, we don't need to write anything like this in our writing papers. So let's talk about FCE exam in particular. The former FCE, now it's called B2 First qualification. I'm going to show you on my slide. So B2 First, yeah, this is, it was introduced, by the way, in 1939, and it is the most popular Cambridge exams. Why? There are a couple of simple reasons. So first of all, it proves that a candidate can study, work freely, independently in an English-speaking environment. Also, the B2 level, yeah, it corresponds to the B2 level. It's the minimum level required by university programs in English-speaking countries. So the candidate who receives this certificate can continue their education. Also, B2 level is the minimum level required by most international companies, which makes the candidate more employable. And it is recognized by most universities and companies all around the world. So yeah, which is why it is really the most popular one. Also, secondly, it tests all areas of language ability. This is true. So there are typically 4 papers: reading and use of English, then writing, listening, and speaking. And they prove, so when the candidate gets the certificate, it proves that the candidate is skilled in English and they have some practical skills for everyday written and spoken situations. Another advantage, the third one, that B2 First doesn't have an expiry date, which is true. So in comparison to such exams as TOEFL and IELTS, yeah, Cambridge certificates do not expire, which means you need to take it only once and it lasts forever. I think it's a great option. And the last but not least, the Cambridge B2 First exam can be taken as many times as candidates want. What does it mean? If the candidate didn't pass his exam, or if he didn't get a desired grade, they can take the exam as many times as they want, again and again and again. The only thing, it should be done once per exam administration. So let's talk about major parts of the exam in more detail. Let's take a look at my slide. As I mentioned, there are 4 parts: reading and use of English, where the candidates need to prove that they are able to understand texts from fiction, non-fiction books, from journals, newspapers, magazines. They need to show that they can read for gist, read for detail, for specific information. This is all about skimming, scanning, and so on. So typically there are some multiple choice questions where the candidates need to choose one, the best word out of 4. There is a grammar task where there is a text with gaps and no options are given, and the student should complete it with only one word. There is a word confirmation task, keyword transformation, multiple choice, gap text, where there are some sentences and parts taken out, and multiple matching. Speaking about writing, so the candidate are expected to produce 2 pieces of writing. There can be an article, an email, maybe a letter, an essay, a report, or a review. If we talk about the listening part, so the candidates again, need to show that they can understand various materials, spoken materials. It can be lectures, it can be radio broadcasts, maybe some speeches, talks, interviews. Again, they need to listen for gist, they need to listen for specific information, for detail. And typically there are 8 short monologues or dialogues where the candidate needs to answer multiple choice questions. There is some sentence completion where the candidate needs to complete the sentences with paraphrased idea from the audio. Multiple matching, where we need to match 5 speakers with 8 statements, and multiple choice questions regarding some interview. And as for the speaking part, candidates need to show their ability that they can take part in different types of communication, interaction. They need to communicate and interact with the examiner, with another candidate, or maybe in a group of 3. It's about this collaborative task when they discuss, make decisions. They need to also speak on their own by themselves. It's about interview. It's about learn where they describe and speculate about different pictures. So yeah, this all shows that this is not the easiest exam. Yeah, and it actually tests all major parts of language ability. But today we are interested mostly in the writing part. So what we're going to do next, I would like to show you 8 statements about the writing part. Some of these statements are true. Some of them are false. So I would like you to read these statements and decide they're true or false. But please don't write anything in the chat yet. You can take some notes on a piece of paper. Don't write, just think. So 2 minutes, I'm showing you 8 statements. Just a moment. And here we are. Please take 2 minutes and think. Okay. 30 seconds left. All right. And I guess we can discuss them all together. So what we will do next, I will ask you about each of the statement, and you will type in the chat if you think it's true or false. So speaking about the first question, FCE writing paper has 3 parts. Can you please type in the chat, true or false? Okay. All right, so I can see that we have an anonymous decision here. Yeah, you're absolutely right, guys. This is false because in the writing part, as I mentioned, the candidate should produce only 2 pieces of writing, so it has 2 parts. Speaking about the next one, 80 minutes for the whole writing section. Can you please type in the chat, true or false? Number 2. Okay. And again, a lot of similar ideas here. Yeah, that is true. So 80 minutes, the candidate are given 80 minutes for the writing section, which means if we have 2 parts, for each part, they need to remember that they have approximately 40 minutes. Speaking about number 3, guys, so the candidates can choose any type of the task. Can you type true or false? Number 3. All right, now the opinions have split. Okay. All right, so we have some false, some true answers. So actually, number 3 is false, because if we look closely, part number 1, the candidate needs to write only one type of writing. This is an essay, and essay is obligatory. They cannot choose anything in writing part 1, right? And speaking about writing part 2, we have number 4. Candidate can choose one task from a choice of 3. So please type true or false. Okay. All right. Yeah, actually, those who wrote true, this is true. So in writing part 2, the candidates have a choice of 3. It can be maybe an article, a letter, and report. It can be an email, a report, or a review, but typically they're given the choice of 3, and it's up to them to decide what type of the written assignment they want to produce. Let's talk about number 5, the word limit. True or false, guys? Yeah, this is actually true. So when their written assignments are assessed, they should be into this limit between 140 and 190 words. This is true. What about how these words are counted? So number 6, articles and other short words are not counted. What do you think? It's true or false? Okay. Yeah, so this is false. Yes. In Cambridge exams, all words are counted, no matter if they are articles, if they're negatives, some contractions, all are counted. What about the highest score for the writing part? 30 marks, number 7. Guys, true or false? Okay. Somebody says true, somebody says false. All right. Okay. Actually, this is false, because the highest score that a candidate can get for the whole writing part is not 30, but 40 marks, which means 20 marks is the highest for every part, for an essay and for the second option. And speaking about how they get these marks, number 8, there are 5 assessment criteria for the writing. Can you type in the chat, true or false? Okay, maybe a couple more options. All right. Actually, yeah, this is a little bit tricky task. So this is false. And why? Because there are only four main criteria of FCE writing. And if we talk about these 4 criteria, I would like you to think what 4 criteria do you think there are, and type in the chat which 4 criteria exist when assessing the written tasks. Can you type in the chat your ideas? So please type the names of the criteria if you know them. Okay, so I can see we don't have a lot of ideas here. Grammar, spelling, interesting. Okay, comprehension, interesting. Fluency, accuracy. All right. Content, that's good. Okay. Content for sure, yeah. Okay, coherence and cohesion, interesting. Well, let me show you on my slide. So when we assess the written assignment for B2 first, there are 4 criteria, and let me show you on my board. The first one is content, the second one is communicative achievement, then organization and the language. So these are the main 4 criteria. Yep. So if we talk about these 4 criteria, let's clarify what they mean. What is content? content. What is organization? So I'm going to show you again on my slide. On the left, you will see 4 criteria. On the right, you will see 4 brief description of them. So can you please look at them? Take 1 minute and type in the chat, match the criteria with the description. So please write the number, the letter, the number, the letter. Yeah, I've got some nice options here. Right. 30 seconds left. All right. Okay, so basically I can see that more or less people have the same opinion on this. So let's clarify together. Concerning the content, yes, number 1, this is D. It's about what you write, and if you fully answer the question. What does it mean? Basically, if you wrote what you were asked to write about, yeah, if you were asked to write an essay, so you should write an essay, not a letter. If you should include 3 points in your essay, there should be 3 points. So this is about content. If we talk about communicative achievement, number 2, so this should be those who wrote C, you're absolutely right. So it's about how appropriate the writer for the task. In other words, if the candidate used the correct register, for example, if you're required to write a formal letter, so you shouldn't use such words as hi, hello, bye-bye, kisses, hugs, and so on. Yeah, so this is about communicative achievement, briefly, very briefly. We will talk about this in a second. If we talk about organization, number 3, so yeah, it's A, definitely. It's about how we arrange our writing, if it's logical, ordered, if it is easy to follow. And regarding the language, yeah, it's B. It's about what words we use, what language, what lexis, what grammatical structures, if they're used correctly, appropriately for the task, for the register, and so on. So I'm going to show you the assessment scale that we use when we assess the writing tasks. As we can see, here we have these 4 criteria. And for each criteria, we can give different bands from 0 to 5, depending on how well these criteria are met by the candidate. So as you can see, yeah, to get the highest grade for the content, the candidate should show that it's relevant to the task, the target reader is informed, and so on. So let's talk about these terms in detail. So if we talk about content and relevance and target reader and so on. So what is relevant? Relevant means if it is relatable to the points in the task. The target reader is something that the student should keep in mind whom they're writing this text to. If it's an article, online article, so who will read it? Some reader from on the internet, yeah. If it's an essay, then maybe English teacher. Informed, so if you include the points that you should include according to the task. For example, if your task is to write an essay, for example, about advantages and disadvantages of the modern technology, it's not a good idea to write about your first smartphone, for example, right? It's not actually relevant to the task, unless you mention this to exemplify, to justify and back up your arguments and support your idea why you think the modern technology has advantages or disadvantages. So let's talk about the communicative achievement. This is a tricky criterion. So they say in the assessment scale that to get the highest mark, the candidate should use the convention of the communicative task, as we can see here, effectively to hold the target reader's attention, to communicate straightforward or simple and complex ideas appropriately. So what does it mean? If we look at our terms, so conventions of the communicative task, they include the register, the genre, the format. For example, if it's a report, so we should use bullet points, so we should use some formal register, we should use full phrases without contractions, right? And it should have some specific structure. For example, if it is an informal email, there shouldn't be very formal words. There should be a lot of examples of colloquial language. So this is all about register and genre. Speaking about communicative purpose, this is also very important that the students should keep in mind. So they need to think why, what is the purpose of their writing? If it's an article, typically it's to entertain the reader. If it's a report, to report on some research and so on. So let's move on and talk about the organization. As it is mentioned in our assessment scale, organization, it's when the text is well organized, coherent, and when there are a range of cohesive and coherent devices are used, and organizational patterns. So as we can see, organization, it's not only about using paragraphs, right? It's also about using some structures to make our text logical. And typically, yeah, of course, your text should be logically divided into separate parts. There should be some conclusion, development of ideas, and so on. But it should be cohesive and coherent. And typically, teachers have some problems when identifying the difference. What is coherence and what is cohesion? So let's take a look at my site. So this is the first that we have, cohesion. It is the way that a text is linked together. And for this, we use grammar, vocabulary, linking words, and different referent words, nouns or pronouns. So let's have some practice. Take a look at two examples on my board. The first one we have, Anna bought a book, Anna liked the book. And the second, Anna bought a book and liked it. Can you type in the chat which example is more cohesive? Number one or number two? Okay. Yeah, so I can see that you've got the idea. Yes, definitely number two is more cohesive. So if we talk about why, yeah, I saw somebody wrote because of and, exactly. So basically, the author uses the conjunction, yeah, to connect ideas. He uses and to connect these two ideas, not only to connect, but also to show the sequence of the ideas. Yeah, so first Anna bought a book. Apparently she read it, and now also she liked it. Yeah, so there is some sequence, and it looks like a single unit. Whereas the first example, it looks like just some simplistic, a little bit robotic and abrupt sentences. Yeah, not very united together. So this is about cohesion. If we talk about coherence, so it is when the text makes sense, yeah, when we connect the ideas logically, the reader who is going to read our text can understand how the ideas are connected, can imagine the situation in which these ideas are grouped together. So they are connected in a natural and logical way, which means we have the beginning, yeah, we have the middle, the development of idea, and we have some ending. It can be some summary, it can be some conclusion. So again, we have two extracts here, number one and number two. Take 1 minute, read, and decide, type in the chat, which one is more coherent in your opinion? We take 30 seconds and type in the chat, number one or number two? right, great. I have a lot of correct answers here. Yep, absolutely. So number one is more coherent. Can you type in the chat why it's more coherent in your words? Smooth. Very interesting idea. Yeah, logical sequence. Great. Okay. The beginning and summary. Absolutely. Yes. So as you can see in number one, he starts with giving his own idea. Then the author supports this idea using providing his own experience, past experience, which is important. He justificates his idea, his opinion. He expresses his feelings, how he felt during this past experience. And there is some sort of transition from the past experience to present experience, where there is some conclusion. Exactly. He explains that nowadays he's happy because he doesn't need to wear this uniform. So, which makes this text more coherent. Logically, the ideas are followed smoothly and logically. Yeah, it gives us a full picture. Yes, exactly, Lisa. Thank you very much. So this is what we need to keep in mind when assessing the text. So as you can see, it's not only about dividing into paragraphs. There should be some logic inside these paragraphs. So let's talk about the last, but also very important criterion, language. So language, as they say in the scale, the candidate should use a range of vocabulary, lexis, not only common lexis, but also less common, a range of simple and complex grammatical forms with good control and flexibility. What does that mean? It means to express the idea clearly, to use it without mistakes or with minimum mistakes. And we have a very interesting point here. Occasional errors may be present, but do not impede communication. So let's talk about this in more detail. So basically, when we talk about vocabulary, yeah, it means if the candidate can not only use some simplistic vocabulary, for example, he can say, I like rock music. Okay, present simple, I like, why not? But he can also use less common language. For example, we can say, I've always gravitated towards rock music. So instead of like, we can use gravitate. It's less common, yeah, and it shows a better level of knowledge. And for this, the candidate can get a higher mark. Speaking about grammatical forms, the same. If we talk about some present experience, yeah, the candidate can use some simple forms like present simple, right? Or they can take risks, and they can use some advanced grammatical structures like will for present habits, like relative clauses, second or even third conditional. And the main point, even if they make some mistakes, but they use more complex structures, they will still get a higher grade comparing to the candidate who uses only simplistic structures with no mistakes at all. So this is about language, about errors and grammar and vocabulary. So as I said, now we are going to have some practice. I'm going to show you a typical task from FCE writing. Can you take a look and tell me in the chat which part is this, number one or number two? Yeah, this is definitely number one because the candidate is required to write an essay. Absolutely, yes, number one. So what we have here, we have an essay. The topic, some people say the fashion industry has a bad effect on people's lives. Do you agree? So apparently the candidate is supposed to write a typical opinion essay where he gives his opinion. He supports this by giving some arguments, giving examples, and he should mention 3 ideas. So what we will do next? I will share with you the assessment scale, and I will show you the written assignment that the candidate produced to this task. And I will ask you to assess his writing, given bands for these criteria. So first of all, give me just a second. You can see the assessment scale in the chart, and you can use it to decide which grade to give. Okay, I hope you can see this. And so let's take a look one more time at our task. So do you agree that some people say that fashion industry has a bad effect on people's life. Yeah, the candidate should talk about people's appearance, if it's important or not, the price of clothes, and his own idea. So I'm showing you the text that the candidate produced. You can see it here. You can see there are even some corrections. And I will give you 3 minutes to read it and decide what bands you will give for 2 criteria. The first, content and communicative achievement. So take 3 minutes, read, and decide how many marks you will give for content and communicative achievement. All right. Please use the assessment scale that I've shared with you and give 2 bands for the first 2 criteria. Okay. Okay. 2 minutes left. So 1 for content, 1 for communicative achievement. Right. Mm-hmm. 3 and 3, okay. 4 and 3, nice. 4. Okay, guys, 20 seconds if you want to share your ideas on this. All right. Oh, 2 and 2. That's harsh. Okay. All right. So guys, let me show you what the assessor, what band the assessor gave for this piece of writing. So here is the table about the content. We can see what was good, what was not so good. So if we look closely, so mostly we can see that the content is relevant to the task. Yeah, there are 2 points mentioned about the appearance, about the price of the clothes, and the candidate even tried to briefly add his 3rd point, what he thinks about about the clothes. Here he says expensive clothes is not the best. That's good. What was not good? Okay, the main task, the main question, and if you can see, the main question was, do you agree that the fashion industry has a bad effect on people's life? Do you see where he answers this question? I don't see either. Yeah. So he didn't actually answer this question adequately. We're still not sure what he thinks at the end of this text. And also the conclusion that he gives about the clothes doesn't be the way you are, it's not actually related to our question. So it's not that good, which is why, yeah, this is not the best point. Speaking about the target reader and how they are informed. Yeah, he discussed the topic. He discussed the second idea. Not bad. But again, the conclusion totally irrelevant to the main question. The third point not described in detail. So which is why it's not so good. So briefly, to be honest, I would put approximately three for the content. But the Cambridge assessor decided number 4, grade 4, it's totally fine. And most of you, yeah, more or less wrote this variant. If we talk about communicative achievement, what was good? Yeah, the writer uses some conventions of the essay. Yeah, there is an introduction for sure. He tries to develop the ideas. He uses the main part for this. He uses appropriate phrases for the essay. Many people think, in my opinion, nowadays, although it's with mistakes, but still nowadays. Yeah, what was not good? The ideas, because of these errors, it's not so easy to understand what he's trying to say. This is about, remember this, errors which do not impede communication. The conclusion, again, it doesn't relate to the whole title and distracts the reader. Also about straightforward and complex ideas. So yeah, he uses some clear, straightforward ideas, but complex ideas are not attempted. So more or less, grade 3 would be nice for this piece of writing. If we get back to this text, I would like you to think now about the third and fourth criteria. So how many bands would you give for the organization and for the language? So take a couple of minutes and type in the chat. Okay. We have some interesting bands here. Right. 20 more seconds for you to share. 3 and 2. Okay. 3 and 2. Right. Okay, as far as I can see, guys, you didn't like the language that the candidate used for sure. Number 2 for language. Oh, even 2 for organization. Okay. All right, so let me show the comments of the assessor regarding organization and language. So speaking about organization, what was good? Yeah, as we mentioned, there are some paragraphs. It's mainly organized. There is structure, body paragraphs, development of ideas. What was not so good? Yeah, there were some problems with punctuation. Some ideas are not coherently expressed. For example, the fashion. Okay, so remember he says, in my opinion, the fashion injured the society. Okay, let's not talk about injured the society, which is already strange. But okay, he gives this opinion, but he doesn't support this opinion somehow. He doesn't back up with some arguments and examples. So it's not very coherent here, right? Also, variety of linking words, cohesive devices. Yeah, there are some linking words, but, and, or which is nice, yeah. Also, he tries to use these linking devices for connecting sentences, first of all, in my opinion. But Okay, some of them are not accurately used, and some of them he could have used some more complex ones, like however, furthermore, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, so he could show off and show what kind of nice phrases the candidate use. So as we can see, yeah, mark 3, and it's not only about using paragraphs, it's about making the text cohesive and coherent. If we talk about language, so most of you got wrote 2, and yeah, the candidate, according to the Cambridge assessor, will get 2. Why? Of course, there are, so what was good? Yeah, there are some vocabulary related to the topic. Expensive label, funny, cheerful, relevant, them all. Nice. Although, speaking about the range of vocabulary used, yeah, he uses a lot of the word clothes, cheap clothes, expensive clothes, matter of clothes, clothes. He could have used some synonyms instead, right, to get a higher mark. Speaking about the grammatical forms, yeah, he uses some simple structures like you can wear, it's nice, with good level of control, which means like correctly with no mistakes. If you go to the mall and buy a t-shirt, you will pay a lot. Ooh, first conditional, nice. But again, when he tries to use some more complex structures, he doesn't show so much control. For example, the way you look, do not be the way that you are. This is strange. You can agree with me. The appearance can show something that the person isn't be. Again, these are not very difficult, complex structures, but he still makes some mistakes, and it's not sometimes easy to understand, yeah, which leads us to the errors. Yeah, most errors are not impeding. We still can guess what the author means, but some of them are noticeable, like clothes instead of clothes, yeah, do not be the way you are. So sometimes it's not that easy to understand this, which is why, yeah, the highest mark, unfortunately, for this piece of writing will be 2 for the language. So yeah, that's what we need to remember about when we assess the writing, looking at this criteria to share with them, with the students, share this criteria with our students. And speaking about this, I would like to talk about typical mistakes that my students have made a lot from my experience, and also you can share maybe some mistakes that your students make a lot. So let me show you my slide with some examples, and maybe you will have something to add here. So first of all, I have seen this a lot when students write text irrelevant to the task. So they write something completely different that they were expected to write. They forget about the third idea in the essay all the time. So what can we do in these situations? Can you type in the chat your variants? How can we deal with these mistakes of our students? If they write something irrelevant, if they forget about the third idea? If you have any ideas, please type in the chat. All right. Analyze the question, make a plan. That's a good one. Proofreading, oh, for sure. Checklist, this is a nice idea. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you guys. Also, what I will do, and I typically do with my students, yeah, I remind them about the importance of reading the task carefully, following the task carefully, yeah, also about planning their writing, and when we are practicing in class, yeah, preparing checklists, it's very, very important and beneficial. Also, the second problem, students think that, oh, this is very typical. The more they write, the better. They forget about word limit. They just go with the flow, you know, they write a lot of words for the introduction. They forget about what to write in the third point. They don't have enough ideas for the rest of the text, or they don't have words left for the rest of the parts. So what do you think what we can do in this situation with them? Please type in the chat how we can deal with such mistakes. Oh, right, with a time limit. Okay. Yeah, time limit, it can help when they write for too long, yeah. But sometimes they, even for this limited time, they can write something, again, like 100 words for the introduction only, and no ideas left for the rest of the text. All right, so what we can do here, basically, remind the word limit for sure. Work with the example essay. Yeah, that's a good one. How much is needed? Yeah, to talk about introduction and approximate number of words that can be used there. Good. Oh, start from a body paragraph. That's interesting. So yeah, typically what we can do here. First of all, the students should know the criteria. We should teach them plan their writing before they even start. Yeah, so if we practice writing for a limited time in class, we should teach them to plan their writing in advance, to decide what parts their writing will have, what they will include there. And if they lack some ideas, it's a good idea to brainstorm these ideas in groups. So the more they can get used to creating a lot of ideas for typical different types of tasks. If we talk about the next problem, so students, yeah, this is a very commonly held belief that students think that using the correct language is the most important thing in the writing. No matter what they write, no matter which grammar structures they use, it should be correct, and that's it. So what do you think we can do here? Familiarize with the assessment criteria. Yeah, it's good. Emphasize that language is the last one. Talk about content points. Yes, that's a very good option. Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. All right. So yeah, I totally agree with you guys. So we can remind students that criterion language is important, but they should avoid this using simplistic structures. The main idea, they should take risks. Remind them that even if they make mistakes, but make mistakes using some complex grammar structures, they will still get a high mark compared to the student who only uses simplistic ones. But of course, they should remember that these errors should not impede communication. They shouldn't be the obstacle, and it should be easy to understand, derive the meaning of the text from this. Okay, speaking about the next one, using different advanced words regardless of the register. So what can we do here? Again, to remind them that the register is important and the text, the main idea, should be consistent. So if they use, so they should understand who their target reader is. They should use appropriate writing conventions. They should use correct words. It's not a good idea to use some informal language and then some just C2 words regardless of the register. So the key word here is consistency. The writing should be consistent. And also a very typical mistake or preconception. Students think that if they write 191 words, they will be heavily penalized. I don't know why, but some students think that if the Cambridge assessor reads their text and he just counts the words, and after 190, he draws a line and stops reading, it's not true. Even if your students exceed the word limit a little bit, like 20 words, 25 words, it won't be the end of the world. We need to remind students that why the word limit exists. They should plan their writing and they should be able to produce the required piece of writing in this word limit. So if they stretch it a little bit, but a little bit, yeah, it's okay. The main idea, they should keep in mind that if they write too many words, maybe they included something irrelevant to their task, which takes us back to the content criterion. And the last one, and I guess everyone can agree with me on that, I have seen this a lot with my younger students. This situation has become a pain in the neck when students try to use ChatGPT or artificial intelligence when they write their assignments. Yeah, this is not a good idea, and what we can do, we need to remind them that in the exam they won't have any chance to use anything except their brain, and using ChatGPT is not the best option, but it can be a very useful tool. Why? For example, I had a situation. A student came to me and he asked, how can I understand which word is formal, which is not formal, which one I can use in, for example, formal letter. Okay, I can, he says, I know some typical phrases like dear, yours faithfully, and so on. But what else? So ChatGPT or other artificial intelligence programs, they can be useful in identifying the difference. So they can, for example, type in this chat some text in informal language and ask him to convert it to a more formal one to identify the difference in the register. So this could be a nice tool, but of course they shouldn't copy paste the text when doing the written assignment, when completing this. So basically, it's everything that I wanted to mention today, guys. If you have any questions, maybe we can proceed to the QA session. So maybe you can share some problems that you have encountered with your students when assessing or completing these written assignments. Okay. Thank you too.
I guess we have a question. Sorry. Other speaking, listening, and reading parts at FCE test.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, FCE, that's why I mentioned this is a very substantial exam, and there are 4 parts. And I guess we need to prepare the whole presentation for the whole FCE exam, because it won't. 1 hour won't be enough to talk about all of the parts and some peculiarities of these, but for sure it has all these parts, and we also have some tips and tricks regarding passing them. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. While teachers are preparing their questions, I guess I want to thank Natalie for this wonderful session.
Thank you.
Very informative, a lot of information, and very practical at the same time. I really enjoyed the session myself, although I don't teach for exams. Yeah, because every time I check all those criteria, all those Cambridge documents, they look very complicated, but you made all those things look very simple and showed actually teachers how to deal with them. All right, do we have any more questions? Okay, one more question from Valeriia. Should teacher pass any international test himself if he prepares students for it? Or not necessarily? Okay, I have my own opinion, but I would like to hear from you.
Yeah, that's a very good question, by the way. I truly believe, okay, of course, it's not a must, but of course it will help you immensely, because if you pass any of these international exams, and you will be able to share your experience like firsthand, yeah, and maybe give some more tips and hints from your experience with your teachers, with your students. So it won't hurt. It will be more beneficial if the teacher passes this exam, for sure. Yeah, but it's not a must.
Thank you, thank you. Can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Yeah, because you transitioned from being a student at Great Education Center, yeah, and you completed all those levels. Did you pass any exams after each level or not?
You mean international? International exams? I've been preparing, but unfortunately, due to the situation in Ukraine, I haven't passed yet. But I've prepared. I've taken full courses of preparation.
Yeah, great.
But in my defense, I can say that most of my students who took the courses with me, exam preparation, they passed the exams, and this is what I can be proud of.
Yeah, this is really cool. So it's not necessary to take the language exam actually, but if you are good at strategies and knowing how to prepare students, and like Natalie, and she is now teaching you how to do that. So it's absolutely not a must to pass this exam yourself. Okay, one more. Even with criteria, it's a problem to choose the right mark. Any tips?
That's a tricky one,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, to choose the right mark. I would say like, okay, the more you do this, the practice will help you. As they say, practice makes perfect. What you can do for the guidance. So there are plenty of books helping to prepare for Cambridge exams, FCEC, doesn't matter. For example, we have these past papers, I don't remember the correct name of the book, which includes past papers and the keys. And typically there are some tasks and example model answers with the comments of the assessor. So you can use this as a guidance to understand, okay, if this text is assessed that way, this is what I should keep in mind when assessing my students' pieces of writing. So these books can help a lot. And also, of course, there is a handbook for each Cambridge exam on their website. There is the handbook about assessing writing criteria. Maybe it will help you as well, also with some nice examples. So these can be very handy, actually.
And a lot of practice, I guess.
Of course, yes, a lot of practice.
Yeah, and a lot of practice. All right, practice makes perfect.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much, Natalia, for your
Thank you.
presentation. Yeah, and see you. Don't leave, please.
Okay.
Stay with me. All right. Okay, and I guess I'm ready to introduce our next speaker for today. And let's also give a warm welcome to our last speaker for today, Ruslana Kostyuk. Ruslana, are you here?
Yeah, Yulia, hello, I'm here.
Yeah, hello, Ruslana. So Ruslana has been teaching for 7 years. She started her career as a corporate teacher. She has experience teaching English to adults in groups, online and offline, and one-to-one. She has also got CELTA and CAE, and she has been working as a senior teacher since 2022. And currently, Ruslana is also a pre-CELTA course tutor at Great Education Center. That's a new option for teachers who work at Great. So if, for example, you are dreaming of joining the Great team, we also have the pre-CELTA course at our teacher training center only for teachers who work at Great. And Ruslana is a tutor, so you can see how your tutor will present today, actually. So Ruslana's session is dedicated to a fundamental aspect of language learning. It's listening. She will navigate you through the challenges of comprehending spoken language and offer a range of free and while listening tasks. And additionally, you will explore various tools that can enrich the auditory learning experience for your students. So meet Ruslana Kostyuk and her session facilitating listening tasks.
So, Yulia, thank you for introduction. I'm very happy to see everyone and happy to be talking about listening today. I guess we could start. Good. Okay, so usually we start our lessons with some warmers or lead-ins, and that's what I will propose to do today. So could you please open your Zoom chat and in Zoom chat type 2-3 adjectives to describe what you think of the listening tasks done in our and presented in our course books. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so it could be something like, do you think they are interesting, boring, fascinating for you? Okay, quite captivating. Nice. Good. Okay. Similar. Yeah, they tend to be similar. Okay. They help to improve communication skills. Good. Good. Great. Integrated, audience-oriented. Nice. Okay. And useful. Okay. Reasonably good, real life based. Yeah, rather interesting, but sometimes challenging. Rarely used. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, good. Okay, so to tell you the truth, what I did, I asked a similar question, but I asked my students. I talked to adults of different levels, such as intermediate, upper intermediate, and solid C1. Here you can see their answers. So what they told me is that they find listening we do thought-provoking, effective, helpful, captivating, engaging, informative, which basically show that they value listening not only as a tool for them to develop their skill, but also develop the knowledge about the world. At the same time, it seems like 90% of my students told me that they find listening challenging. And there are multiple reasons for it. And to find solution, how to solve this difficulty of listening tasks, we have to look at these reasons. So let's take a look what we've got. The first reason why students might find listening challenging is language proficiency. Maybe our students are in the group which Coursebook doesn't suit them, and it's about their level. Maybe we are working with mixed ability group, or there could be one more thing like vocabulary is not pre-taught or pre-taught not efficiently. The next reason is accents, dialects, and connected speech, which is obviously if students don't have exposure to the language, they will have troubles with listening. Then we have distractions, and this is something we have very little control over, especially if we talk about online classes. Because yes, we can ask our students to mute ourselves when we listen in class together so that there are no ambient sounds. But even if students are muted, we can't control when someone enters their room. And I see, for instance, that my students often join lessons while they are at home, or sometimes there are situations when they have needy pets, and this one just interact with them during listening tasks. As a result, if there is someone who distracts a student, students start having lack of focus. This one also could be not only because of distractions, but because of some mental and cognitive overload. Maybe they've had a very difficult day, or for instance, we've planned too many activities during our lesson and they feel like, okay, listening is already too much for them. Then we have one more, is motivations. Students might not understand the reason why they listen to the recording, or this recording seems not to be interesting for them, or as it has just been mentioned in our chat, it's the same all the time, like the procedure the same, so they lose motivation. Then we have one more, which is processing. And everyone has its own speed of processing. And some people just require a little bit more time to tune in and understand what is being told them, which is totally fine. It's just that their processing speed is different from the speed of the recording. And finally, we have one more. Students are not ready to listen. There is no pro-listening discussion. Their knowledge of the topic is not activated. Their schemata is not activated, so they can't listen effectively. So what could we do to eliminate the impact of these facts and things which influence how effective listening is and how challenging it is? We could rely on top-down processing. And the essence of it, if you think of it metaphorically, is similar to the way we look at the forest. So first, when we look at the forest, we can see the whole picture, the whole forest, and then we look at individual trees. So that's why we will be considering pre-listening activities as the ones which are parts of top processing. These are activities that help us to understand general meaning of the recording and get ready for understanding this general meaning. The next one, while listening activities, we will consider as elements of down processing, which will help us to understand the listening recording in details. First, let's focus on some pre-listening activities. Okay. And the first one is my questions. So this starts with a picture or a short story. I've chosen this picture of an animal. So what I did, I asked my students the name of it. I basically elicited it. And in our case, it's star-nosed mole. Then I ask students to write the questions they would like to ask about this animal. They can write together in, for instance, on piece of paper. They can write in our Zoom's chat, or I, for instance, could just listen and word it. After this, I ask my students about the vocabulary which they think could be used when they hear the answer to these questions. So while having this activity, we do a few things. First, we already make them think about the topic. That's part of the prediction and a little bit of discussion. Then the second, we start working with vocabulary, which is basically our pre-listening vocabulary helper. But it's not the only way and the only time when we can use vocabulary to help our students during the pre-listening stage. We could use and work with blocking words. So usually we elicit the meaning of these words, but that's not always the case. Maybe our students have been working a lot with eliciting and we don't want to overload them with that, or we are short in time. In this case, we could just give them words with definitions or pictures, as you can see on the left. Students read these words. If they have any questions about them, they can ask us, and if needed, we can even drill some of the words. But when our students know that, okay, these words are related to the audio, they already start thinking what this audio could be about. So why not to use this, and why not to build up on it one more activity? And it will look like this. So we take the words with our definitions. We ask our we ask our students to research the meaning of these words. And then they need to make predictions what this audio will be about. But here we have to be very careful, because blocking words not always will be suitable for decoding and predicting the general meaning of the audio. That's why we really need to be sure that these words are appropriate. Or we could do a mix. We could take a few of blocking words and some other words which will help our students to decode the meaning and to listen more effectively. One more advantage of using blocking vocabulary. If students worked with these words, if they discuss the meaning, then the chance that they will remember topic vocabulary is higher, and the chance of remembering and noticing these words in the recording is always also higher. Talking about blocking words, there is one more thing we could do with them. We could actually use them to create and generate some pictures for predictions. Another way, we can take a short description summary of our audio. For instance, here you can see what I've chosen. A young man meets an old lady in the supermarket. Her trolley is full. She pretends to be his mother. He pays for her food. In here, I've generated the pictures, and as you might see, not all of them were actually appropriate. The first one was okay, but then I really struggled to have a picture with a man. So mostly I had some pictures with women, children, or some just other men, but not young ones. And here, this is important for understanding the recording. When I was working and creating these pictures, I used the websites which you can see below. So registration is free, but still, I started getting faults, but that's not a big problem. What you can do, once you've chosen and you've got the right picture, you can match it and you can mix it with other pictures which weren't that successful. You ask your students to describe these pictures. Then they listen and guess which picture was the closest in the meaning to the recording. So basically, this will be our pre-listening discussion. But sometimes it happens that in our books, we don't have pre-listening discussions, or they are the same. Sometimes it seems that we do the same activities with listening once again and again. So what could happen in this case? We could use some KVL chart, which will be basically for us a framework. How to use it in a listening class? So first, you need to give your students a topic. Well, of course, you can elicit it with a picture or just tell what it is. So at this point and at this stage, our task is not to confuse our students. We want everything to be as understandable as possible. Then the second point is students fill in this chart, know and want to know. And basically, it will be my pre-listening stage in here. After that, I can elicit from them what they wrote in know or want to know. And this way, I will have a little bit of speaking with them. Then after this, students listen and check if they guessed them or if their ideas are similar to the ones they had in the recording. Okay. Also, I need to ask them to remember something new, something special, or something they really didn't expect or what was new for them. After that, in the same groups, they need to discuss whether they guessed something know, want to know, and I might have an open class discussion with them. Then they work together and write what they learned. Again, after that, I have open class feedback. Basically, looking at this KVL chart, we could say that it will work with any topic you have. It's good to talk about habits, it's good to talk about movies and something even related to science. Okay, so here, talking about this one, the point is that you can also organize it in a little bit different way. For instance, you can ask your students to work on a piece of paper. They can write, for instance, or you can elicit from them and just board everything. Or they can write in Zoom's chat. Another option is to use Google tools. But that's not the only way and not the only time when we can use Google tools. We could use it to organize Jigsaw listening in class. And here we are going to look how to do it online. First, you need to create an online folder, for example, on your Google Doc. Then, you need to add the parts of one recording, and these parts of the recording shouldn't be longer than 10-15 seconds, which means that before the lesson, you need to cut your recording in pieces. Here, you can take, for instance, some sounds which can appear in the recording. You can take some words, for example, just 2-3 words that people say, or some sentences, but try to mix them. Don't put, like, for example, sentence 1, first recording sentence to second, just do it, reorganize a bit. to confuse them a little bit, to make it a little bit more challenging for your students. Then after this, you need to give the names to these recordings. As you can see, I just named them A, B, C. Then, very important stage, you need to give clear instructions to your students how to do it. What I basically did, I told my students that in a second, they are going to listen to different parts of the same recording. Just to avoid confusion, because I had 10 people in class, I couldn't be with everyone in a breakout room, but I really needed to know that everything is done step by step. I told them that when you are in breakout room together with your partners, and in each breakout room I had 3-4 people, you yourself decide on the names of the recording you listen to. Then, when you start listening, you need to mute yourself. When you finished listening to the recording, you need to count to 10 and only then unmute yourself. Why do we do it? If we don't ask our students to mute themselves, the chances are that there will be echo. And in the breakout rooms, they will really distract each other, and some people might not hear. If say after listening to the recording, don't count to 10 and unmute and start speaking immediately, the chance is that they might just stop another person and distract from listening. That's why they need to be sure that everyone finished listening. After that, they just continue discussing what this recording is about in breakout rooms. Then I return them and elicit some ideas. After that, we'll listen to the whole audio and have open class feedback. So this is how we can organize it when we work online. But we can also do Jigsaw listening in an offline class, and we can ask our students to do it and also listen. Each student can listen to each recording, like each part of the recording individually. In this case, basically, you need to repeat steps from 1 to 5 the same way. But how you do it? You need to, again, create an online folder. In the lesson, you need to give your students a link to this online folder. Then you need to think a little bit in advance and to notify your students in advance that in the class they will need earpods. Or you can ask the school if the school can provide for you these earpods. Or, for example, you can buy some for them also. But in this case, there should be considered the issue with hygiene. So maybe some earpods like pads can be changeable and also can be bought for them. So this will be our Jigsaw listening done in an offline class. Okay. It seems like so far we have talked with you about a few activities, pre-listening activities. The first one was my questions, when we elicited students some questions and vocabulary. Then we talked about AI pictures generated with the use of the summary or blocking vocabulary. We had KVL chart as a framework to the lesson, especially to the one when we want to have a new pre-listening activity and pre-listening discussion, Jigsaw listening, and blocking words. Your task is, could you please in Zoom's chat write the names of some of these activities which you have tried in your class. If you haven't tried, please put minus. Okay, so you can start. Okay, so we have my questions. I love this one. Oh, that's nice. Good. AI pictures, great, good. All are new for me. Oh, nice, good, good. So any others? Blocking words, pictures, blocking words. Okay, good. My questions. So it seems as at the moment, my questions and blocking words, pictures are leading. Blocking words. Okay, in a way that, so we have blocking words in a way, but I simply introduce some vocabulary and have students try to guess the meaning. Okay, yeah, that could also work. Very nice. Good. So thank you for this one. And now we have the same activities, but could you please write in our Zoom's chat which of these activities you feel like trying? Okay, so which you would like to try? Jigsaw listening, KVL, nice, good. Jigsaw listening, AI pictures, good. AI pictures, never managed. Yeah, so talking about AI pictures, it might take some time to just generate the right ones. Jigsaw listening, yeah. Good. Every activity sounds great, but Jigsaw, okay. KVL, good. So it seems like Jigsaw and KVL are leading. Good, nice. And honestly, like so far, I've tried it several times with my students, also different groups. People seem to like Jigsaw listening. It's engaging. So yeah, that's good, great. So thank you for this one. And now, talking about these activities, let's look at some difficulties and some points to consider while getting ready for the lessons with them. The first one is instructions, especially if we talk about Jigsaw listening and KVL chart. We should be very clear what we want from them. I would even recommend to write these instructions and to tell them in the order in which they will do these activities, like step by step. And then when you ask them instructions, check-in questions, ICQs, please also ask in the order they should do and follow the task. It will help a lot. Then the next one is typing. Talking about, for instance, my questions or KVL, the issue could be that if we ask our students to type in, for instance, Zoom's chat, there might be a situation when we have a student who is slower and types not that fast as others. In this case, it might just feel a little bit uncomfortable for this person when he or she sees that everyone is ready and this person just in the middle of writing. And the same for other people. They are waiting for someone, so we need to think how to interact. Maybe ask them to write one more question or ask them to write something to just justify in writing form why they decided to write this or that. Okay, good. Then the next one, time-consuming preparation. Well, that concerns AI picture. As you have heard before, it has taken me some time to create it. Also, if you do it for the first time, it takes some time to understand just how the website works. You have limited number of the pictures which you can create on one website. So even after 5 tries, you didn't get what you want, then you need another website, you need to register again and try again. So that will take some time. And of course, levels. It might not work with all the levels. If we talk, for instance, about Jigsaw listening, it could be really complicated in terms of instructions for lower levels if you do it online. And talking about KVL, it's something which works more and better usually with higher levels, just because they have more language to talk and discuss and to write a lot of things about the topic given. But still, there is some nice thing about these activities, and these are memorable. The activities are really memorable. Then they provoke discussions, and this is what helps us to make these activities memorable. Then they activate passive vocabulary. For example, when we had this activity, my questions, we started eliciting the words. So if you need this listening for further introduction of vocabulary, for teaching vocabulary, you already see whether your students know these words, if you can add them to, for instance, your list of new vocabulary or no. Then, it's high level of involvement. Even if our student is constantly distracted during the lesson, you really give them small chance to be distracted. You always attract their attention because you have discussions, you have feedback, so they will be with you during most of the lesson. And these activities excite curiosities because we have some questions and we ask them their questions that they want to have the answer to. So they wait for something which is needed for them, for instance. Okay. So that was it about our pre-listening activities. But sometimes it happens that after pre-listening activities and listening to something one more time, we still need to listen again. And for this, while listening activities will help us because they are designed to understand the meaning of the recording better. And there are special while listening activities, which are actually designed in a way which is similar to real life communication. And this is the type of communication when interlocutors can actually stop each other, ask each other some questions, ask to repeat. One of such activities, while listening activities, is human MP3 player. It's a nice activity if you work with mixed ability class. If some students really struggle with understanding recordings, if you find the recordings a little bit monotonous, and if your students are tired of doing the same activities again and again. So let's take a look at how to organize this activity. First, you need to elicit control buttons of the player. Your students need to know which buttons mean stop, pause, rewind, and so on. Then the next step, you need to say who will read the script. And there are a few options. You can ask you as a teacher could read this, or you can ask a strong student or strong students to read. Now we are going to focus on the procedure when a teacher reads the script. So teacher reads the script, then some students control MP3 player by calling out the control buttons. And here how it looks similar to real life situation. If they listen and they understand that the speaker speaks too fast, they need things to be slower, they can actually pause you or just try to ask you to play what you've just said again. Other students, meanwhile, have to do true-false activity or gap-fill task. When it's done, we have two groups of students. We have students who listened and controlled the buttons, and we have students who actually did the task. Then we need to mix the students. So in one breakout room or in one pair, we have one student who controls the button and another who, for instance, did true-false activity. And they together discuss and check this true-false activity. Okay, so that's one way of doing human MP3 player task. Another one is when we distribute the script to a stronger student or students. In this case, teacher controls MP3 player by calling out the control buttons. And this one is good because you know your students, you know the script, and you can anticipate that there will be the issue, for instance, with sentence 5, or there's going to be a challenging word or description of something. So students will need to listen to it maybe twice or even 3 times. So you will be in control of the situation. Meanwhile, other students do just true-false activities. After that, when you're done with the task, you put them in breakout rooms or in pairs, and they check together. After that, as usually, we need to get a feedback from them and ask the task and just check if everything is all right. But still, sometimes it happens that even after listening to the second, third time, students might not know the answers to some questions or they made a mistake. In this case, we could help them by working with the speed of the recording. So, of course, you can, for instance, on piece of paper, write the number, like the minute when the answer to this or that question or task is. That would be discussed a little bit later. But first, give your students a chance just to listen again to the recording, but a little bit slower. Then, talking about finding the answer to the questions, you can use some applications such as VLC Player, Audacity, and PowerPoint. Talking about the first two, there are instructions on the internet. You can find them easily. They're pretty lengthy and might seem a little bit complicated and confusing at first, but just trying a couple of times, it seems to be manageable. And when we talk about this VLC Player and Audacity and bookmarks, the point to remember is that you need to have and make these bookmarks every time before the lesson, because as soon as you close your audio file, this bookmark will disappear. Another way of working with bookmarks is PowerPoint. In this case, your bookmark will stay there forever. Let's take a look and watch a short video how to do it with PowerPoint. Okay. So let's try.
All right, so let's look at setting bookmarks in audio files. Let's go ahead and come to our blank PowerPoint slide. We have an audio file on here, and I'm going to click on that, and then when I go to playback, I can add bookmarks. So what I can do is I can listen to my audio, and then there might be a point in here, let's say at the 1 minute mark, I can pause it, go to add bookmark, and that'll add a bookmark there. And then I can, click in different parts and add another bookmark. If I want to remove the bookmark, I just select it and click on the remove button.
Okay.
All right, so let's look at.
Okay, good. So as you've seen, it's super fast way of creating these bookmarks. The only thing is to remember that when you create bookmarks and when you add a piece of audio to your PowerPoint, you need to save it also, yes, as a PowerPoint presentation. And you need to keep the original file with audio in the same folder where you keep this presentation, just to be sure that everything works smoothly. Okay, so moving on a little bit to another while listening activity, it's called a story told twice. So first, a story is played twice, obviously. Then the second time, a number of details is changed. I mean that when you play the story again, there in the audio should be some changes. The third scene, students note down all the changes as they listen. And here you can ask me a question and you can tell something like, Ruslana, we work with Coursebooks. These Coursebooks go with audio files. How can I change details in the audio which is already created and which I have to use because I have curriculum to use this one? The answer is in such thing as text-to-speech transformation. So basically here we need to take the script of the recording and to transform this text of the script to the speech. For instance, here you can see the website which is called ttsfree.com, and I created for you a short video how I worked with the script and what I actually did. So let's take a look.
When you open the website, the first thing to do is better to register, because if you are a registered user, you can type in up to 2000 characters, which is not available for those who are not registered. They can type in only 500 characters. Then you'll see a special box where you can enter your text. Below, there is an option to choose the language. For instance, it can be English United Kingdom or English United States. And you can choose among different voices. Male and female voices are available. Also, there are some children. After that, you can adjust some voice speech and voice speed. So what we do, I enter my text and I make some changes, such as instead of 150, I want 15. Then, instead of workers, let's write students. We have free pet food and we will go for toys. And then feed their cats. So changes are there. I want the voice of Anna and I click on convert now. It won't take long, just a couple of seconds.
Okay, good. So I've converted this small text and I received the audio, which is gonna be here. Okay, good. And here you have some changes which I've made. These are 15 students, toys, and cats. You're going to listen to this recording I've got. While listening, please try to check if all the changes are there. Okay, so let's see.
The Facebook group coordinates 15 volunteer community support students who help distribute free pet toys to those unable to feed their cats. So when Dolan, who receives both universal...
Okay, good. So can you please open Zoom's chat and put plus if you heard all these changes and minus if there were no changes implemented? Okay, so we've got some pluses. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, so it seems like the system coped with the task. And you might have noticed that the sound is a little bit robotic, but not too much. It's definitely something which people can cope with listening to, so it's still manageable to do. Okay, good. So moving on a little bit to the next task. Yeah. Sometimes we have a situation when, for instance, we don't have the script in the form of a text. Maybe it's just a picture, or we don't have a PDF copy of the book. That's why we can't, or this, for instance, PDF copy, sorry. I start thinking about copy, sorry. So maybe in this PDF copy, we can just make a copy of the script as a picture. So then we have to type, and typing takes some time. That's too time consuming. What we could do, we could actually use some speech to text tools, which will help us not to type and to have the script pretty faster. So if you have Microsoft Word, and if you have a licensed version of Macam, you can, for instance, open Microsoft Word document, a blank one, and open your MP3 file, for instance. Then you click on dictation in Microsoft Word document, and you put the recording on. This how your Microsoft will start catching the words, and the typing in this document will start. But here you have to be very careful with ambient sounds. So be sure that it's quiet in the room, because if someone is talking on the background, you will see these words written in the text. But still, there's one more thing. If you use Microsoft Word dictation, you can't work on your PC or on your laptop at this time. So it will be only about dictation at that moment. You might see that sometimes there are inaccuracies in the text, but there will not be a lot of them usually, and still it will take you less time to proofread and to make some changes in the recording. Another way, if for instance Microsoft Word is not an option, you could use some free websites such as transcriptor.com, media.io, and they will also create a text out of speech. Okay, so they will work pretty well, and the point is that also they use AI, so mostly they are accurate. And which is also important, they are free. And talking about something which is free, there is one more website which is called TWE.com, AI-powered tool for English teachers. And I would say that this one is my absolute favorite. I've created for you also a small video how I work with TWE.com. So here it is. It will take us approximately 3 minutes to watch, and I would ask you to do two things while you watch this video. First, try to remember how many activities I created while working on this website. Secondly, think if it was challenging and difficult for me to do these tasks. Okay, so let's start.
When you open the website, it's better to register because in this case you can get access to your projects. Let's click on mine. And I can actually return to them and continue working. You may notice that I've been using this website pretty actively, and the reason is that it's not only about listening. There are other tools which can come in handy when getting ready for reading, listening, vocabulary, writing, speaking, grammar lessons. But still, let's focus on listening. I need a script of one YouTube video. I copy the link. Here I can actually choose on which part of the video I would like to focus on and do the magic. 1 second, the script is here. I can either copy it or continue working. For instance, I would like to have fill in the gap. I click on the words where the gap should be. For instance, name, victory, team, and wins. Then do the magic. You have the gaps. You have the words which students will be using, and you have the answers. Then I need ABCD questions. So again, do the magic. There are always 10 questions and you can choose how many you would like to have. Anyway, you can edit and say, for instance, 2, 3, or 5 of them. Again, the answers are here. And also I would like to try true false statements. So do the magic. So here what is good is that they give the answers why the statement is false. But if you proofread and notice that there is something different, you can make changes here. You can choose whether it's true, false, or not stated. And you can add your comment explanation. So I save it. Also, I can save the whole session as a PDF file. So I click on it. Here you have the title of the video, you have active link, the script, and all the activities we've done so far. Also a separate page with the answers. You can send this PDF file to your students and you can send it as homework.
Okay, good, great. So now, could you please, so you will have the recording of this file, and the way I worked with the website. Good. So guys, could you please type how many activities I've created and also write if it was challenging to do. So we have 3, very easy. Okay. Script, fill in, ABC questions, true, false, nice. Yeah, so if you consider like creating the script as part of the task, that could be good, great. Any other ideas? Or activities? Okay. Yeah, so we had the script. Nice. Okay, good, great. So thank you for this one. Yeah, good. So let's move on now. And so far, we have talked with you about the activity A Story Told Twice, Human MP3, and we looked at the ways we can adjust speed, some players for bookmarks, text to speech, speech to text, and TWE. Now, I would ask you to write in our chat box what one activity or a tool you find the most useful to use in your class, and maybe briefly you can write why you would use that activity. Okay, so we have TWE. Okay. TWE. Okay, good. Okay. All of them? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Okay. Speech to text. Yes. A story told twice. This activity allows students to pay attention to detail. Yeah, that's good. It brings also some variety to our class. TWE, speech to text. Good, nice. Okay. So it seems like most of the people would like to try TWE and the story told twice. So good. That's cool. Okay. All right. Good. So then, talking about some advice related to listening lesson. So could you briefly write what advice would you give teachers who are getting ready for listening lessons? Maybe something from your experience, something which helps you to have a decent lesson, or something which helps you to get ready for the lesson. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have stick to 3 stages, pre, while, and post listening. That's important. Good. Okay, study pronunciation well. Yeah, pronunciation matters. Nice. Think of the nuances which can happen. Try to predict problems and solutions, right? Yeah. Anticipate problems. Yeah. Talking with listening, we have to anticipate problems. Even, for instance, such things as we might not pay attention to, for instance, if we have listening in class, whether we need to close the window or no, whether there are any repairs, that any noises that could distract our students, that also matters. Yeah, features of pronunciation, of course. Yeah, we have to teach this. Be ready, the students may understand the audio. Yeah, so sometimes we have to listen 2-3 times. Okay, good. So these seem to be very nice pieces of advice. So good. And I've got a few for you. These are some which actually help me also to get ready for my lessons. And the first one is listen in advance. Even if you have taught this lesson multiple times and you feel like you remember the recording, just in case, to be on the safe side, listen to the audio in advance. Also, check the meaning of all the words which you have in the recording. Put the recording on and ask your students if they can hear it, if we talk about online classes. And don't forget that it's okay to listen to a recording 2-3 times, but try not to overload your students with it. If you see that they are tired, maybe another strategy has to be applied. Also, keep an audio file in offline or online folders, better in both, just to be also on the safe side, because maybe internet doesn't work Maybe something happens with your device, so you need to have a backup plan. Okay. And of course, don't panic if nothing works. You can always read the script to your students. You can organize, for instance, MP3 player, human MP3 player activity. So everything can be managed and worked with. Okay. So also, yeah, keep a script at hand just in case. So it seems like that's it from me today. And if you have some questions, please type them in the chat box. What tools would you recommend for cutting the audio? So basically, if you just write in Google, like cut the audio online, that will be the first, the second link usually works better, like well, and it's also free and pretty fast. Oh, thank you, Iryna, thank you for that. Okay. Good. Have you used an audio for flipped lessons? Well, I used for flipped lessons, but in this case, I did it only with those groups when I knew for sure, like that students will do it at home. Because if, for example, I give my students to listen to the audio at home and then I have some post-listening discussion or true-false activity in class, not everyone did it at home, then it could be a little bit messy. Also tools to have this great session. Well, after the session, you will receive a follow-up email with all the links. So all will be there. Everything will be there. Okay, so thank you very much for nice words. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ruslana. I can't imagine how much time, effort you put into this wonderful, into this amazing session. I really enjoyed it. There are so many new things I've learned with you today, and I hope the teachers are now armed with all the tools. They have a lot of things to master before the start of the new year and make a magic in their lessons too. I really love that idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really, it's amazing. Yeah, lots of useful information. Thank you, Ruslana. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I guess we don't have any more questions, but I have some information for you to share, and please don't leave yet. So regarding the recording, so here is the information. Before we conclude the event, it's a quick reminder. So following today's event, you will receive access to the session recording, speaker materials, and of course your certificates. So once these resources are ready, you will receive an email notification containing all the relevant links and details. Do make sure to check your spam and promotion folders in your inbox. You will also find the event recording available in our video library, probably tomorrow, because the video is too heavy for me to upload it there. Actually, you will be able to revisit these valuable insights whenever you need them. And so as we draw to the curtains on the Great Teacher Talk 2023, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you, our esteemed participants, and of course, our exceptional speakers. Your active engagement, insightful questions, and enthusiastic presence have made this event truly remarkable. We've journeyed you through sessions that have illuminated new perspectives, offered valuable strategies, and invigorated our passion for teaching. Together, we've laid the foundation for a promising school year ahead, one where our classrooms will be filled with the vibrancy of learning and the energy of inspiration. Before we part ways, I'd like to leave you with a few invitations. Firstly, I encourage you to visit our great.university website. There you will discover a wealth of courses designed to enhance your teaching skills and knowledge. Take this opportunity to further invest in your professional growth. Additionally, if you've enjoyed today's event, I invite you to explore grades.ua, register for our upcoming offline events scheduled for September and November, and stay connected with us on social media. You can see the nickname where you can find us and receive updates, insights, and engaging content that's tailored to your needs as educators. Thank you everyone for joining us today. And one more thing I want to ask you. So if you found value in today's conference, I kindly ask you to scan this QR code now. Please take your phones and leave us a review. And because your feedback is invaluable in helping us improve and cater to your preferences for future events. So please don't be lazy. I really love, and we really love reading your comments, not only in the chat, but also on Google Maps. It would be great if you could do this for us. Thank you once again for being a part of this exceptional gathering. Remember, your journey in education continues, and so does our commitment to supporting you every step of the way. And until we meet again, take care, stay inspired, and continue to make a profound impact in the lives of your students. Yeah, thank you everyone, thank you. I'm not saying goodbye yet, but this is the final slide actually. Thank you everyone, guys, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Okay, let me get back to maybe someone will scan this QR code and leave a review for us. Thank you everyone. All right, so now it's time to say goodbye and see you soon. Bye bye everyone. Do we have an email with the recording? It's going to be sent to your email you registered for the event with, Mohammed. All right, goodbye everyone, goodbye. And certificates too, Lesa, and certificates are going to be there too. But make sure you write your your full name in English so that it can be generated automatically in your personal cabinet. So you will receive the link and with the instructions on how to download your certificate. Yeah. You're welcome. All right. Goodbye.